Well, good morning to you. It's now 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Coldest start to our day yet. It's 38 degrees right now. Our high temp today will be 66, and a couple of traffic trouble spots this morning, including on the westbound side of 24 at Old Fort Parkway, exit 78. There's an overturned vehicle there. The right three lanes are blocked off. Careful as you drive through. Oh, we've got more on that and the weather coming up right after the news. The U.S. conducted new airstrikes in the Middle East today, this time targeting rebels in Yemen.
The Pentagon says the airstrikes were aimed at weapons storage facilities. 5 sites in all, which the U.S. says were being used by Iranian-backed Houthi rebels. For months, the Houthis have been targeting foreign ships in the Red Sea as retaliation for Israel's war against Hamas. The Pentagon says 2 stealth bombers were used in these new airstrikes.
That's ABC's Christiane Cordero. A local running club dedicated their usual Wednesday evening run to the memory of Alyssa Locketts, the woman who was out running at Antioch's Greenway when she was attacked and shot to death. The suspect, Paul Park, was arrested thanks to a citizen's dash cam video. Well, now Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell says there's a new push to get Metro Council to approve license plate reader cameras.
Fingers crossed we can get this done before the end of the year, and then we will look to proceed with it.
Well, before you crack open that sugar-free lemonade, want to let you know that Coca-Cola is recalling more than 13,000 cases of Minute Maid zero-sugar lemonade because the product actually contains sugar, 40 grams of it. The products were shipped to retail stores in Indiana, Kentucky, and in Ohio. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. Better than expected profit reports helped markets make up losses from Tuesday, with blue chip stocks leading a rebound. The Dow added 337, the S&P gained 27, and the Nasdaq inched up 51. Morgan Stanley added almost 7% after reporting a stronger profit last quarter than anticipated. United Airlines climbed 13% higher even after reporting a mild drop in summer profits. It's because the airline announced plans to send up to $1.5 billion to shareholders by buying back its stock. General Motors and mine company Lithium Americas Corp plan to develop a site known as Thacker Pass in Nevada. GM will be investing $625 million to support construction at the site. Lithium is a key component in electric vehicle batteries. Amazon and Google are investing in the next generation of nuclear reactors. The companies are seeking new sources of carbon-free electricity to meet increasing demand from data centers and artificial intelligence. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Looks like stocks will add to yesterday's gains. We've got Dow futures up 36, NASDAQ futures gaining 143, and the S&P futures are up 25 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. couple of spots on 24 that are a mess this morning. The big one is going to be westbound 24 at Old Fort Parkway. There are 3 lanes. The 3 right lanes have been blocked off. There's an overturned vehicle there, and traffic is running very slow down just one lane, the left lane of that highway stretch. 24, the eastbound lanes, a crash there at Almaville Road, exit 70, and 2 lanes are blocked. The 2 left lanes are blocked in that spot. Also, a crash on the 40 South Loop eastbound off-ramp to 24 downtown split. A crash there. The off-ramp left lane has been blocked. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news.
5:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. It is Thursday, October 17th. Hope you're having a great one. Hold on one sec. That's my first Red Bull of the day.
You're drinking already?
I'm here to tell you it's not going to be the last.
Oh, no.
It's been a long night. Anyway, listen, I was out early voting yesterday, and I had a couple of other stops to make, and so I didn't get the usual sleep that I typically get. So it's going to be a Space Cowboy coffee and Red Bull infused morning here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with not Kamala audio. I'm going to start with some of my absolute favorite audio of the day. This is great. I don't know if you saw this or if you heard what happened yesterday, but there was a reporter. And I got to tell you that these reporters, they're driving me nuts. The constant just haranguing about 2020. And so J.D. Vance was asked a question. He's out on the campaign trail. And you folks, by now, you clearly know that J.D. Vance is fast on his feet. So this happened yesterday. A reporter asked him a question about 2020.
I wanted to ask you about what you had said earlier in Pennsylvania about the 2020 election results. You've been asked that on the debate stage with Walls and then again in the New York Times interview 5 times and by other reporters.
Yes, look, ma'am, look, my answer on this, and I answered this question a million times when I ran for the Senate, the 2022 Republican primary. I've answered this question in the 2022 general election. I've answered this question 10 times recently. I think that big tech rigged the election in 2020. That's my view. And if you disagree with me, that's fine. But what?
You answer it now.
I'm sorry?
Why did you answer the question now? Why did you say no when you didn't say it before?
I've given that exact question for years. And this is such a preposterous thing.
Do you know what I love about the J.D. Vance and Donald Trump appearances these days? It's like they're wrestling matches. And everybody is so passionate. And you know what? Here's the deal. I absolutely love that the people at this rally, J.D. Vance is, of course, there obviously, they're shouting this reporter down. Because here's the deal, and J.D. Vance is going to get to this, but we, the American people, have been dealing with a lot of crap over the last almost 4 years. And for this reporter and all of these reporters that we've been watching and listening to and reading for the last 4 years, they are so hyper-focused on 2020 that they've completely lost sight of what the American people actually care about.
That the American media does. I have given this answer to this question for literally years, and the American media wants to focus on what happened 4 years ago than the fact that North Carolinians can't afford groceries. I think that's a disgrace. Do your job and focus on the problems the American people care about rather than bullshit from 4 years ago.
Love it. Absolutely love it. That is J.D. Vance, and I'm here to tell you, and we're going to talk a little bit more about this at 5:35, but I'm here to tell you that the American people, and you can tell when I went to go early vote yesterday in Mount Juliet, it was out the door. I mean, I was in line for an hour. And so I can tell Kamala Harris, I was speaking about this in the last hour of Red Eye Radio. Kamala Harris keeps talking about how the American people are exhausted. And I don't think that the American people are exhausted. I think that the American people are fired up. And as I said, I've never been more excited to vote in my life. And yesterday when I went to go early vote, it was great. It was absolutely great. And so there was a lot that was discussed last night between Brett Baier and Kamala Harris. I want to play you real quickly, and then I'll get to the audio. Brian Stelter, of course, as you know, is back on CNN. And this was his spot-on analysis of what happened last night.
I think this strategy from Harris was a Google strategy. She wanted Fox viewers to start to Google some of the things she was saying, because some of the comments she was making in this interview are foreign to the Fox audience. For example, General Mark Milley saying Trump is a fascist to the core. That's barely been covered on Fox News. So she was able to get some of those talking points in. This was the most adversarial interview Kamala Harris has probably ever done. Instead of getting to debate Trump again, she got to debate Brett Baier. And a lot of viewers are going to come away saying, wow, she's willing to do that. That's a sign of toughness and strength. Yeah.
Brian Stelter, bless his heart, and I do mean that in the snarky Southern way. The only people that think that this was a good interview are Kamala Harris supporters. I mean, from what I understand, I'm watching folks on Twitter, on X, and people who are in the know, who know Kamala Harris and her staff and so forth, they're saying that last night people kept their distance from Kamala because everybody knows that last night did not go well. Didn't go well for Kamala. Really did go well for Brett Baier. I think that Brett did an absolutely outstanding job. Now, let's get to some of this audio because I think that there's some audio that I still haven't even gotten to yet tonight. It was on Red Eye Radio, but I did save some audio for this particular first segment. One of the things that they spoke about was the fact that she's got past comments regarding illegal aliens and the benefits that they get when they come to America. Brett Baier asked her that question. This is part of what she had to say because this really ultimately turned into a discussion about the fact that you have people that come into this country and then Kamala Harris is willing to pay for their transgender surgeries and procedures.
There's a lot of people that look back at what you said in 2019 when you first ran for president. And there have been changes, and you've talked about some of them. When it comes to immigration, you supported allowing immigrants in the country illegally to apply for driver's license, to qualify for free tuition at universities, to be enrolled in free health care. Do you still support those things?
Listen, that was 5 years ago, and I'm very clear that I will follow the law. I have made that statement over and over again, and as Vice President of the United States, that's exactly what I've done, not to mention before.
If that's the case, you chose a running mate, Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota, who signed those very things into state law. So do you support that?
We are very clear, and I am very clear as...
Have you noticed that she was really stumped? If you watched the interview last night, the look on her face when he says, well, you chose Tim Walz as your running mate.
I have made that statement over and over again, and as Vice President of the United States, that's exactly what I've done, not to mention before.
If that's the case, you chose a running mate, Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota, who signed those very things into state law. So do you support that?
We are very clear, and I am very clear, as is Tim Walz, that we must support and enforce federal law, and that is exactly what we will do.
Here's the thing, though, is that she said that she would support federal law. She did not say that she would try to change the law or that she would not try to change the law. See, that's the thing, is that you can say that you'll support the law, but will you try to change those laws? So there's a lot of context and a lot of audio to play, a lot of audio to get to. This morning on Nashville's Morning News, it is 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Well, 24 is just a mess this morning. We've got an overturned vehicle, westbound lanes at Old Fort Parkway, exit 78, and that is blocking off 2 right lanes. Then flip it over on the eastbound side, and there's a crash that blocks 2 left lanes at Almaville, exit 70. Also a crash this morning. The off-ramp left lane is blocked on the 40 southbound loop. The off-ramp there to 24 downtown split. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. It's 5:16 on Nashville's Morning News. Today's sunny, highs in the mid-60s. Right now, 41 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So the interview with Kamala Harris, I am curious, and the Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. Is there anybody listening within the sound of my voice that would say that last night's interview was a success for Kamala Harris? I know the hate listeners out there will say that, oh, yeah, she really stood up to that sexist and that misogynist Brett Baier. But anybody who is a fair-minded, independent type person, certainly if you're a conservative, you understand that this was not a good interview for Kamala Harris. This was a great night for Donald Trump. She talked about last night in this interview, Brett Baier asked her about advocating for taxpayer-funded transition surgeries and procedures for prisoners. This is how that went.
Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners.
Surgery.
For prisoners.
For prisoners. Every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access.
So are you still in support of using taxpayer dollars to help prison inmates or detained illegal aliens to transition to another gender?
I will follow the law, and it's a law that Donald Trump actually followed. You're probably familiar with, now it's a public report, that under Donald Trump's administration, these surgeries were available on a medical necessity basis to people in the federal prison system. And I think, frankly, that ad from the Trump campaign is a little bit of like throwing stones when you're living in a glass house.
The Trump aides say that he never advocated for that prison policy and no gender transition surgeries
you know what, you got to take responsible for what happened in your administration.
Yeah, no surgeries happened in his presidency.
It's in black and white.
Would you still advocate for using taxpayer dollars for gender reassignment surgeries?
I will follow the law.
Again, she'll follow the law, but will she try to change the law? By the way, did you folks catch it just real briefly in that last exchange where she said,
well, you know what, you got to take responsible for what happened in your administration.
You have to be responsible for what happened in your administration.
Well, you know what, you got to take responsible for what happened in your administration.
So one of the more controversial things that happened really in the entire interview, one of the things, if you're just tuning into WTN, my official talk show host opinion and analysis on last night's interview with Brett Baier and Kamala Harris, was that she didn't answer any question. The whole night was like, the whole interview was, sort of weaving and dodging, and, she obfuscated, she blatantly lied, she didn't answer any questions. All she did was she tried to pivot back to the safety and the cocoon of her talking points. And so there's a lot of people out there this morning, and I've got the audio to prove it, but there's a lot of people out there this morning that are saying, oh, Brett Baier, he was such an interrupter. He interrupted her, and he wouldn't let her speak, and it was an ambush. That's my favorite one, by the way, the people that are criticizing this interview and Brett Baier and saying that it was an ambush. It's like, you do realize this is a news-driven interview. This is Kamala Harris actually coming face-to-face with an actual journalist, doing actual journalist-type things. She's not hanging out with Charlemagne. She's not going on an interview with 60 Minutes where she is assured that they'll try to edit the video to make her seem, at least somewhat presidential. No. This was her going in front of an actual journalist, and it didn't go well. Despite what Brian Stelter will tell you, and I think the majority of the American people would agree that this was not good for Kamala Harris. And I think the majority of the American people know that this was not a good night for Kamala Harris. But what did you think? The super text line is open, 615-737-9986. It is 521. And Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. Hello, Joan. What's coming up at 5:30?
Hey, Dan. Well, after an attack and a murder in Antioch, what the police chief says he needs to fight crime. Also, a serial burglar is busted again. Those stories coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
So the serial burglar, was he trying to steal Frosted Flakes or was it Fruit Loops?
Oh, boy. It's starting early, Johnny.
Ba-da-ba.
Johnny, it's starting early. This is fueled by Red Bull, isn't it?
That's exactly what it is.
And Space Cowboy coffee.
Oh, we are so in trouble, folks.
The cornball comes out when the Red Bull is opened. Anyway, 522. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Did you know that you're funding America's future? And it's not the future you want for you or your kids. Now, most major credit cards funnel millions of dollars to liberal causes and candidates hoping that you don't notice. Take a stand and get woke out of your wallet. Coin is the conservatives' credit card. Now, here's how it works. You earn cash back while advancing a conservative future. Apply right now at coin.com. That's COIGN. That's coin.com. Terms apply. Go to coin.com/disclosures for full details. Hey everybody, Dan Mandis with Nashville's Morning News and Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I was speaking to Dr. Christopher Van Shank the other day at a station event. Now, he's a psychiatrist, and he was telling me about the mental health crisis here in America. And as you know, it's out of control. The COVID lockdowns were an absolute disaster. And Dr. Van Shank, again, he's a psychiatrist. And if you're one of those people, you feel like maybe you need to talk to somebody, I would recommend Dr. Christopher Van Shank. He can help you with addictions, depression, anxiety. He can also help kids with the same thing. He's been doing this for 15 years. He's been helping people, and he is here for you today. So if you want to check out his website is nolensvillepsychiatry.com. That's nolensvillepsychiatry.com. There's a whole list of issues that he can help you with. So check him out. If you feel like he can help you, give him a call. The number is below, and good luck. 527, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line alive and well this morning, and got a lot of response, especially to my really funny joke about the serial burglar.
Really?
I did.
Uh-huh.
I did got a lot of response to that. Like one person.
I see one, the
One
Lucky
person.
Charms guy.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Johnny, I think you might want to get the crickets on at the ready for this morning.
It's going to be that kind of a day.
Because, you know, when Mandis gets tired, you know, the dad jokes or the Dan jokes, they just really start flying.
It's nonstop comedy right here.
Well, something's nonstop. I'm not sure if we'd call that comedy. Anyway, coming up during the Gang of Three, we have our tales from the early voting. So we've got that and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News. It is October, and that means that Halloween is just a few weeks away, and Busy Bee is celebrating by giving you some great deals on your HVAC and plumbing. Now, they are your Rude Pro partners, and yes, they're giving you 50% off of a furnace inspection and 20% off of any furnace repair work at the time of service. How about $300 off of an ultraviolet home treatment system installation? And remember the Beehive Club. I've been telling you that I've been a Beehive member for years. You'll receive 3 annual tune-ups, 1 cooling, 1 heating, and 1 plumbing. 10% off of all repairs. Priority front-of-the-line service, no overtime or holiday fees, and so much more. All of this for as little as $99. Now, I've been a Beehive member for years, and I've had them install a new system, fix an old one, and maintain all my units as well. Outstanding customer service, and simply put, they do great work. So call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833, busybhvac.com.
Good morning. It's now 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Watch yourself this morning on westbound 24 as you're heading in. An overturned vehicle still has the right lane blocked. Westbound 24 at exit 78. That's Old Fort Parkway. We'll have more in traffic coming up. Well, happening right now, police have been called to Percy Priest Lake, where a van has been found partially submerged. Police say they don't believe anyone is inside, but they won't know for sure until it's been dragged out of the water. Well, runners from a local running club dedicated their Wednesday night gathering to the memory of Alyssa Lockett. She's the woman who was attacked and murdered at Antioch's Greenway Park this week. She had been out jogging. Meantime, Metro Police Chief John Drake says the arrest of the suspect in that case highlights the need for license plate reader cameras. Drake says it could have happened faster. Mayor Freddie O'Connell tells WTN's Matt Murphy show that he agrees with the chief.
Still working closely with MNPD to make sure we get a good, responsible implementation, and it will have to go back before the Metro Council.
O'Connell says a new proposal could be submitted by the end of the year. A Lawrence County deputy in the hospital after being struck by a vehicle while on duty last night. Chad Moore had been responding to a call of shots fired when he was struck by a car. He was airlifted to a Skyline Medical Center in Nashville. And Metro Nashville police arresting a man they say is a serial burglar. 36-year-old Edgar Esau was busted early yesterday when he tripped an alarm at a business on Gallatin Pike North. They say that this man had been out on bond since July and is allegedly responsible for 37 burglaries across Nashville since 2023. He's now being held on $75,000 bond. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis with Super Talk 99.7 WTN and Nashville's Morning News. Right now, we are bringing results for our clients using both our radio and digital assets. 2025 is going to be a huge year, not only here in Tennessee, but of course, across America. If you want to jump on board, again, we're offering great incentives. Find us online, 997WTN.com, and let's talk.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products? With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
What a mess on 24 this morning. Westbound lanes, Old Fort Parkway, exit 78. It's an overturned vehicle there, and the right lane is blocked. Getting a little bit better. It had been 3 lanes. Also, if you're traveling south on the 40 loop eastbound off-ramp to westbound 24 downtown split, that's the 211A and B exit. There's a crash on the off-ramp. The left lane is blocked there. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:36, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the gang at 3. Johnny's here. Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning, Dan. Microphone just zapped me.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, it did.
Not good.
No, that's not good.
You all right, though?
I don't know, man. I may have to go to the doctor. They have to let me go.
Oh, they'll let you go.
That's great.
Yeah, they would.
Dan will be out with a heart attack for drinking Red Bull and coffee, and you'll be out with a zapped finger or something. I'm all by myself here.
You can handle it, though.
Joan's here. Good morning, Joan.
Oh, hi.
I'm Dan. Johnny, is this being picked up by the camera? I'm putting on my I voted sticker.
Oh, you kept your I voted sticker?
Yes.
Man, you got a big one, too. I just got a little Tennessee.
Yeah, me too.
Man.
We do things big in Wilson County.
Well, in College Grove, we do things that looks like a little small, like the town. Of course, I didn't have to stand in line like you guys did.
Man, it was an hour.
Wow,
That's big.
I was in and out, baby.
We got there and it was like 11:15, and that line to vote early, it was out the door, and I mean it was an hour, and I've never seen a line that long for voting like ever. And usually I vote on election day. This is the first time that I've ever voted early. And it's interesting because people were excited.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Like, I know that I'm going to be judged because it's going to sound like I'm judging people.
Yeah.
But when you guys go and you vote, like, do you look around and can you try to figure out, like,
That person's voting for Trump.
Who the progressives are?
Yes, and that person's voting for Harris. Absolutely.
So it's not just me.
No, I think I had a Harris voter in front of me.
Really? Did they smell?
No,
not showered?
They didn't smell.
They like to conserve water. That's what it is. They like to conserve water. So, Sorry.
That's all right.
So you had it. So how do you? How can you tell that it's a Harris supporter versus a Trump supporter?
They're wearing Birkenstocks.
Yeah, she had a tie-dye.
Yeah.
She had a tie-dye shirt on. I thought, yeah, Harris.
Okay, so this is an interesting conversation because I wear Birkenstocks all the time. My wife hates it because she hates my toes.
And I wear tie-dye T-shirts a lot.
Yeah. So I don't think anymore with Donald Trump, I don't think you can really tell what a Donald Trump supporter looks like because they are coming truly from all walks of life. I mean, you've got highfalutin business people, you've got, blue collar folks as well. And, I don't know, I look at the people that I would think would be Kamala Harris supporters and they're not. I mean, you're talking about people that have, rings in all parts of their face. And I think that person's a Kamala supporter. No, they're Donald Trump supporters. This is the widest ranging support of any political candidate that I've ever seen. So I don't know how you really can tell if somebody is a Kamala Harris supporter, but I did see some that I thought probably would be. It used to be like purple hair, that kind of a thing.
Yeah.
What is it Chris Hand says? That there are certain things that progressives or Kamala supporters, they telegraph their progressivism, and usually it's like, bolts in the face somewhere or purple hair or whatever it is.
Man buns.
So
you can't, even a man bun.
No, you can't.
I mean, and I keep going back to our friend Robbie Starbuck.
Sure.
He's got a man bun,
yes,
but
he does.
That dude is conservative as all get out. I love it.
A lot of people on the super text line are saying if they're wearing a mask. That's a dead
you know
ringer.
what? You're absolutely right. Folks are absolutely right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If they're wearing a mask.
I saw a young lady in the grocery store the other day wearing two masks.
Oh.
And I thought, well, there you go.
I'm wondering if there's any reason. Is there any legit reason? Because listen. We make fun of mask wearers these days, especially you people that wear a mask in the car. But is there a legit reason now? There must be a legit reason to wear masks.
Cancer.
Cancer.
Yeah, if you're going through chemo and they tell you to wear a mask because you don't want to catch any germs of any kind. Or get any kind of sickness, illness during that time.
Okay. Well, then, and that's why, I'm always kind of careful to not mock mask wearers, these days too much because you're right. There are various reasons why people should be wearing masks and they need to wear masks. But in any event, so it took me an hour. Nobody seemed to worry about having to wait so long to vote. The folks that I was speaking to there in the Mount Juliet, right there at Charlie Daniels Park, they were saying they'd never seen such a busy opening day as yesterday.
Wow.
So I think people are really excited.
Yeah. I was thinking one of the ways that you might be able to spot the Trump voters, even if they have the tie-dye shirt and the Birkenstocks, if they're happy. Like Trump voters at the polling booths, they're happy. They're excited to be there. I feel like there was that vibe happening at where I was yesterday.
Whoa. Wait a minute. Are you telling me, Joan, that Donald Trump supporters are feeling joy? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I might be saying that.
I wonder if we can fire up some Oprah Winfrey this morning.
Yeah, joy.
8174. I am fully tattooed. I have piercings, and I'm a conservative through and through.
There you go.
Trump 2024.
Yeah.
There you go.
The great thing about Trump, too, is that when you really think about it, the guy's an independent. You know, he's not really.
He really is.
He's not really tied to any party, even though he's with the Republican Party. But he genuinely seems like he's just out for common sense, and a lot of people can identify with that, me included.
Yep, that's exactly right. And I think people are just excited, not to focus too much on this, but Kamala Harris last night, and she keeps saying this, is that people are exhausted. And I don't know, like, the only thing that I can say about that is I don't think that people are exhausted about politics. I think people are exhausted because of what we've been through for the last 3.5 years. That's why people are exhausted.
Yeah, they're having to work several jobs thanks to you folks on that side.
You got to work several jobs. You're trying to keep up with your payments. You've got credit card debt. And people are ticked off. People are ticked off because of we just had another. As everybody's focused on Kamala Harris and the interview with Brett Baer, you've got you've got another $425 million being sent to Ukraine.
Yes.
My God. Like, when will it ever stop?
And then we have people trying to recover from the hurricanes, and they're begging for money.
That's exactly right. Let's see. Mark says Kamala Harris is the one that is exhausted.
She looked pretty tired last night.
So I will say that Kamala Harris is tired, as in Americans are tired of her.
Yeah.
And she also, I think she is pretty tired because, you know, she's got all of these events that she's going to, which actually she's not doing a lot of events. There was an article, I don't even remember if I did this on WTN, but there was an article about Democrats who are complaining that she's just not doing enough. She's not campaigning like a person who is neck and neck in a general election. The other day, she had the Charlemagne interview is the only thing she did that day. And people are thinking, why in the world is she not going to a battleground state in the morning? Because the Charlemagne interview wasn't until 5 o'clock. Who needs all day to prepare for a Charlemagne interview, especially that interview? Hey, Joan.
Yes.
You all right this morning?
Yeah, why?
Well, I know that you're a big boy band fan, and that guy from One Direction, Liam Payne.
Yeah.
Weird.
He fell apparently 45 feet to his.
No, he jumped.
Oh, he jumped.
He jumped.
Really? So he committed suicide?
Well, he had, and I don't know who this guy is, but I did read about him this morning, and he was in Argentina, and I believe that's where he's from, and he had some mental health issues, very open about it, and some drug abuse issues, and it was an act of either suicide or he was high.
Yeah, they say that they think he was high.
Yeah.
That's what I'm reading.
So can you guys name one? Like, I don't know, has One Direction been around for a while? I mean, I know they've been around since like the 90s, but have they been done for a long time, or have they like reconnected and started singing again?
You know what? I'm a big time Rush fan, but that's as far as I go.
You want to read a really good book? Geddy Lee's book is really good. You might want to read it, Joan, since you're such a big time Rush fan.
Yeah. Why?
Not that Rush fan.
Oh.
Big time Rush.
Wrong.
Boy band.
Can I just ask, are my jokes going to fall flat like all day? Did you people that are listening, did you get my joke?
Do you?
Being a big time Rush fan, you'd like Geddy Lee's book, Geddy Lee, the singer of the rock band Rush?
That's a knee slapper right there.
A hearty har moment.
All right, Johnny, what do you got for this segment? Lord.
Well, I tell you what, you brought up a rocker. What about Jake E. Lee, formerly of Ozzy Osbourne? Got shot in Las Vegas walking his dog.
Oh.
Yeah, he's out there in Las Vegas walking his dog. They say that it was random.
Yeah, 2:45 in the morning. Now, of course, that's a rocker for you. That's about the time we get up to. We're already on the way.
I was going to say, who walks their dog at 2? Well, you know what? Weaver walks little Fritz at 2:45 in the morning.
Yes, he does.
Or so. So, yeah. And you know what I love? Sharon Osbourne. This may be too in the weeds, but for rock and rollers. But Sharon Osbourne putting out a note and saying that she, is worried about Jake E. Lee and all this stuff. They fired Jake E. Lee, and they treated him like crap.
Well, they even say, Ozzy even said in his statement, haven't seen him in 37 years, but hope he's doing okay.
Yeah.
That sounds like true love.
Well, and the rock and roll community is very small. So to not see your former guitarist, who they made pretty good music together, and for not seeing him or talking to him in 37 years, you know that things went south pretty quickly with Ozzy and Jake E. Lee. The good news is it sounds like Jake E. Lee is going to be okay.
Yeah, he said he's one lucky. Well, I won't.
How can you get shot 3 times and it missed all the arteries? It missed all the important stuff.
Well, it was a bad shot, definitely.
Yeah, that's true.
I bet he's hurting nonetheless.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Van Halen's in the news.
Oh, they sure are.
Now, Johnny, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Joan, Van Halen is a rock and roll band that hailed out of Los Angeles in the 70s.
I know who they are.
Okay, hold on. Joan?
Yeah.
Who is the bass player for Van Halen?
I have no idea.
Go ahead, Johnny.
Who's the guitar player? That's an easy one,
Oh, my
Joan.
God, she doesn't know.
That'd be Eddie Van Halen.
Oh, it's Eddie.
Eddie.
Wait a minute. He was married to...
Very good. You're almost there.
Yeah, I'm almost there. I can see her, but I can't remember her name.
Just think, man, let's just think one day.
Right.
At a time.
One day at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was her name?
Good hair.
The old great hair.
Valerie Bertinelli.
Valerie Bertinelli.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. Okay, that's how I know, like
Joan,
that.
can I ask real quick, Joan, are you sure that you're our age? Because I am stunned at what you don't know about pop culture from the 1980s.
I know pop culture, but I wasn't like a rocker.
She wasn't living that
No.
that horrible lifestyle that we were, Dan.
I don't know what you were doing in New Jersey, but it wasn't normal.
Just going to the beach.
Well, that sounds good.
Hanging with my kids.
That's even better.
You know?
That's even
my
better.
kids were young. There was no rock.
Well, speaking of kids,
yes.
David Lee Roth sounds like an overgrown brat. Apparently, Van Halen, they were going to do, and it was rumored, I mean, it was all out there, that they were planning a reunion to honor Eddie, and they were going to use Joe Satriani as guitarist.
Yep.
Well, they were in discussions about it. Alex Van Halen has now come out saying that in the discussions, Alex brought up and said, we have to do a tribute to Eddie, show some video on the big screen. Said David Lee Roth went off on everybody. Said I can't believe the vitriol that came out of this guy's mouth.
And who said this? Alex?
Yes.
Alex wouldn't lie about something like that.
No, I don't think so.
No.
And
that is bizarre. And you know what? Wolfgang Van Halen kind of intimated that too.
Yeah, everybody kind of did that. David Lee Roth was the. They would all say there's one person that's holding it up.
Can I tell you something? You can do a Van Halen tribute to Eddie Van Halen without David Lee Roth.
Oh yeah,
because the dude can't sing anymore.
Sammy Hagar's proving that.
That is exactly right.
But yeah, that. You know, I hate to tell David, but who made the band? It was Eddie.
That's exactly right.
And David Lee Roth has been out there saying that he basically came up with Eddie's solo, that he designed his guitar.
Whatever.
Yeah, get over yourself.
You know, Joan, I got to let you know, and Johnny, you know what this is like, and so I think Joan's gonna have to get used to it too. The abuse from the super text line.
Oh yes.
At 615-737-9986. But you know, some of our listeners, they really hit below the belt. Like for example, 8207.
Okay.
Dan, Joan being from New Jersey, she's probably a John Bon Jovi fan.
Boy.
I really wasn't a Bon Jovi fan.
I mean, that's
was
nasty.
a Springsteen fan.
That's even worse.
Yeah.
Whatever. Moving on.
Well, I like Springsteen.
I loved his music.
Music-wise.
Back in the 80s. Now, you know, I didn't love him after a while, and now I really don't love him. But.
Springsteen is a garage Bob Dylan.
That's actually pretty accurate, I think.
Then we'll leave it there. That's all I got.
Pretty good, Dan.
5:52 on Super Talk 99.7. WTN. She's living out a prayer. Joan, what's coming up at 6?
You know, Monica on the super text line said, Stop messing around with me. I have one defender. Just one.
Just one? That's all you get? That's one more than I have, Joan.
It's more than I got.
Exactly. All right.
All right, coming up in the news, rescuers are busy pulling a partially sunken van out of a local lake this morning, and the real price tag of Nashville's transit plans. All that coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, I'm Joan Jones on Super Talk 99.7. And you know, the dual power of radio and digital has always been such a plus for our advertisers. So if you're thinking about your 2025 plans, make sure you check us out at 997WTN.com/epic. Go there now.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
.57 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Really quickly, we're talking about people watching at the polls. 0573 says, I have worked the elections for the last 20 years. Thank you. You can spot a Democrat when they come in to vote. They have a pinched, mad look on their face. Republicans are relaxed and happy to be there. Thank you very much. That sounds about right. I don't think, are Republicans angry? Are you angry as a Republican? I mean, Johnny, are you angry as whatever you are? Are you a Republican?
Yeah,
What would you, are you?
I usually vote Republican,
Okay.
yes.
I think that's the right way to describe you and perhaps me. I've never really thought about it much, but
I haven't
I
either.
always vote Republican. But would you say Republicans are angry?
I don't think so.
I'm not feeling angry. As I've said many times now, I'm feeling really, really upbeat. So, and I do believe that we need to vote early. We'll argue with Chris Hand on that later on today as well. Anyway, 5:58, Nashville's Morning News, Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Hey, what's up? It's Chris Hand from 99.7 WTN. If you're thinking about advertising this year in 2025 and beyond, you have to combine the power of radio with the power of digital. We do it here flawlessly, and our sales team can hook you up with a package tailored to your exact needs. So if you want to advertise with me. Advertise with 99.7 WTN. Go to the website for more info, 997wtn.com/epic.
Six o'clock on the dot, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We still do have the problems on westbound 24 this morning at Old Fort Parkway, exit 78, with an overturned vehicle. The right lane is blocked. More coming up in traffic and weather. Well, happening right now, police have been called to Percy Priest Lake. That's where a van was found partially submerged. Now, police are saying they don't believe anybody is inside that van, but they won't know for sure until it's out of the water. Nashville voters will decide whether to impose a sales tax increase for transportation improvements, including more bus stations, sidewalks, and better traffic light coordination to ease traffic congestion. And Mayor Freddie O'Connell is defending painting the price tag of that project as being $3.1 billion, which doesn't include service of the debt, which makes the price tag more like $6.9 billion. Here's an exchange between the mayor and WTN's Matt Murphy.
I mean, do you think it benefits you to have a lower figure? Do you think it benefits you, like it makes it more appealing to people who are going and voting for it?
I think it's far easier if you think of it like, the cost of anything, where if you finance something, you're typically thinking about it in terms of what is the present day cost, because those longer term scenarios, if you buy a car, if you buy a house, if you buy anything that typically requires interest rates.
Now, that legislation also does not provide a sunset of the tax after the debt is paid off. If you need a lift to your polling place, Lyft says it'll cut its fee in half to take you there. Use the code VOTE24 to take advantage of the special. Lyft says it is aware that people who don't have cars are less likely to vote. There's a new twist in the case of the man arrested in Riverside, California with guns in his car while heading to a Trump campaign event last weekend. He says he is a Trump supporter, and now he's suing the local sheriff.
On Sunday, Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco, who is an open Trump supporter and has endorsed Trump, said this about the arrest of 49-year-old Vem Miller.
I probably did have deputies that prevented the third assassination attempt.
But Miller, who is allegedly part of a sovereign citizens group, claims he had 2 guns in his car that were legal in his home state of Nevada and that he was of no threat to the former president. Now Miller is suing, claiming the sheriff created a narrative to appear heroic. In his lawsuit, Miller claims defamation. Alex Stone, EBC News.
Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. A day of gains for stocks and another record high close for the Dow Jones. The industrials finished 337 points higher yesterday at 43,078. The S&P gained nearly 0.5%. The Nasdaq Composite added close to 0.3%. Shrinkflation, the practice that companies have of cutting sizes but charging the same price, has been taking a bite out of a lot of what we buy. Snack giant PepsiCo hopes to go the other way. On its recent earnings call, PepsiCo said some bags of Tostitos and Ruffles will be 20% larger. It's adding bags to some of its multi-packs as well, all without raising prices.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. We'll still have that problem this morning. Eastbound 40, it's at Fessler's Lane, exit 212. Otherwise, it looks like things may have cleared up on 24 near Old Fort Parkway. Be careful, though, as you travel in that area. The traffic had been very slow around an overturned vehicle. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We Talk News.
6:07 Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in along with Joan Jones, Johnny B. I'm Dan Mandis. How are you? It's a bad night for Kamala Harris. I don't think there is any real debate as to last night. And was it a good night or a bad night for Kamala Harris? Now, just so you know where I'm at with this, because you know that I don't like Kamala Harris. But the interview with Brett Baer, she was argumentative. But here's the thing. I don't want to be seen as a hypocrite because Donald Trump, there are times when he is argumentative as well. And I like when Donald Trump, up to a point, is argumentative. So I can't blast Kamala Harris for being argumentative if I'm okay with Donald Trump being argumentative. But here's where I have a problem with Kamala Harris and her performance or lack thereof last night. She wouldn't answer any questions. She got her talking points in where she could. She kept talking about how Donald Trump is unstable and all the rest of this nonsense. They even had to cut the interview short, and that is where we will begin. It is the conversation regarding Kamala Harris being interviewed by Brett Baer. And so it was interesting because the interview was supposed to start at 5 o'clock, but they were late.
You know, when the kicker in football, they call a timeout right before he's going to kick the field goal. They're icing the kicker. So we were supposed to start at 5 p.m. This was the time they gave us. Originally, we were going to do 25 or 30 minutes. They came in and said, well, maybe 20. So it was already getting whittled down.
Yeah, and he ended up, they show up, and they have a much shorter interview. And I think that's one of the reasons why, if you watch the interview, you'll see that Brett Baer was, what's the right way to put this? He was insistent on cutting Kamala Harris off when he sensed that she was going to go into the talking point mode, where she's just going to read the press release or she's going to say the same damn thing that she's been saying for the last 2 months on the campaign trail. So the interview started with the topic of conversation that everybody is interested in, and that is illegal immigration.
You know, voters tell pollsters all over the country and here in Pennsylvania that immigration is one of the key issues that they're looking at this election, and specifically the influx of illegal immigrants from more than 150 countries.
Yep.
How many illegal immigrants would you estimate your administration has released into the country over the last 3.5 years?
Now, I'm going to tell you that my basic analysis of this interview is that she tried everything she could not to answer the questions, including this one.
Well, I'm glad you raised the issue of immigration because I agree with you. It is a topic of discussion that people want to rightly have. And you know what I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, but
right
do you,
now,
just a number. Do you think it's 1 million, 3 million?
Brett, let's just get to the point. Okay, the point is that we have a broken immigration system that needs to be repaired.
So your Homeland Security Secretary said that 85% of apprehensions.
I'm not finished. We have
it's a
an
rough
immigration
estimate of
system
6 million people have been
needs to be-
released into the country. And let me just finish. I'll get you the question. I promise you.
I was beginning to answer.
And when you
So here's the thing, though, is that she wasn't answering the question. She was starting to segue into those very comfortable talking points that she has, and she wasn't going to answer the question. And so with Brett, what in the world? Brett Baer. Brett Baer is interviewing her, and he's trying to get in the information because he clearly knows that she's going to simply continue to filibuster. And that is ultimately what she tried to do. Now, at this point, it is clear in the interview that she's not going to answer how many have come into our country illegally. And Mayorkas said that the other day it's like 6 million, but I would say that it's far more than that. But Baer is anticipating her filibuster, which is why he just tries to get to the point. Now, she says that she was answering the question, but she really wasn't. She was going to segue into her talking points again so that everybody of course, knows what she's going to say, and she's going to start blaming Donald Trump for the problems on the southern border. Those that know better understand that she's not being truthful. So Bret Baier plows forward.
When you came into office, your administration immediately reversed a number of Trump border policies. Most significantly, the policy that required illegal immigrants to be detained through deportation, either in the U.S. or in Mexico. And you switched that policy. They were released from custody awaiting trial. So instead, included in those were a large number of single men, adult men, who went on to commit heinous crimes. So, looking back, do you regret the decision to terminate Remain in Mexico at the beginning of your administration?
So he's trying to pin her down and get beyond the talking points of the broken immigration system and the bipartisan immigration bill that Donald Trump killed. He's really trying to get beyond all of that and get past her talking points. So he has asked the question about Remain in Mexico. Do you regret eliminating Remain in Mexico? This is, by many accounts, the single biggest factor in the millions upon millions of illegal aliens coming into our country, including, by the way, the ones that killed innocent people. Listen as to how she answers this, because she doesn't answer and things get combative.
At the beginning of our administration, within practically hours of taking the oath, the first bill that we offered Congress, since Science Act, before the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the first bill, practically within hours of taking the oath, was a bill to fix our immigration system.
Yes, ma'am. It was called the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021.
Exactly.
It was essentially a pathway to citizenship for the... Yes, ma'am.
May I finish responding, please? But you have to let me finish,
You
please.
had the White House and the House and the Senate, and they didn't bring up that bill.
I'm in the middle of responding to the point you're raising, and I'd like to finish.
Yes, ma'am.
I just kept waiting for I'm speaking. And Bret Baier did need to say yes, ma'am. I'm just going to tell you, he did need to say yes, ma'am, because she was being as combative as he was, and he had every right to really try to get her to actually answer the question instead of dodging the question, which is exactly what she was trying to do. I've got to the final part of this conversation regarding illegal immigration coming up next. I'll go ahead and tell you that she really doesn't answer the question, but Bret Baier, it's not for lack of trying. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. As far as your weather goes, it looks like we're going to be sunny skies today, highs in the mid-60s. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News and Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Just kind of weaving through this audio with Bret Baier and his interview with Kamala Harris. They really did go back and forth on immigration. And the more that he tried to pin her down, the less willing she was to answer the question as to whether or not she and Joe Biden, did they have any regrets regarding peeling away and executive ordering Donald Trump's immigration policies out of the way so that they could welcome in all of these tens of millions of illegal aliens.
From day one, that to the point of this being your first question, it is a priority for us as a nation and for the American people. And our focus has been on fixing a problem. And from day one, then, we have done a number of things, including to address our asylum system and put more resources, getting more judges, what we needed to do to tighten up penalties and increase penalties.
So clearly she doesn't want to address the executive orders that peeled away Donald Trump's immigration policies. She keeps trying to talk about the plans, the bill that she sent to Congress where they wanted to have this bipartisan immigration bill. And she simply refuses to talk about the executive orders that were so, what's the right word to say? these executive orders destroyed America as far as immigration goes, and we had resulted in all of these illegal aliens coming across the southern border. And one of the things that Byron Donalds pointed out, because remember, you had Ed Markey, Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, Alex Padilla, and Robert Menendez and others. They voted against this bipartisan Senate bill that Donald Trump supposedly killed. A whole bunch of Democrats didn't like it either. And there's a reason for that. I mean, the Democrats that voted against this thing, they said that it didn't go far enough in welcoming illegal aliens, but a lot of Republicans said that it didn't go far enough in protecting our southern border. Byron Donalds tweeted this out, that this bill, codified catch and release, let in almost 2 million illegals a year, funding sanctuary cities, funding NGOs that moved illegals into our country and moved them across the country as well. I mean, we went through a lot of these yesterday. And so Donald Trump is, as Brett Baer said, Byron Donalds pointed out that there's a lot of reasons why this bill failed. Democrats didn't like it either. And so part of the conversation has to be that Kamala Harris refuses to take responsibility, refuses to talk about their failures on the southern border. This, though, was one of the most memorable moments of the night, where they were talking about illegal immigration.
It would have allowed us to put more resources into prosecuting transnational criminal organizations, which I have done as the Attorney General, former Attorney General of a border state.
Madam Vice President, a couple of things.
Prosecuted trafficking of drugs, guns, and human beings. And Donald Trump, but let me just finish.
Six Democrats voted against that bill.
Learned about that bill and told them to kill it because he preferred to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And in this election, this is rightly a discussion that the American people want to have. And what they want are solutions, and they want a president of the United States who's not playing political games with the issue,
I hear you,
but actually is focused on fixing it.
Six Democrats voted against that bill. It would have allowed 1.8 million illegal immigrants into the country a year. A lot of conservatives had a problem with it.
Absolutely. So Brett Baer, and this is something that a lot of people have not been fighting back with, this answer that the accusation is Donald Trump killed the bill, and the answer back, of course, is, well, six Democrats also voted against this bill. Six Democrats indicated their displeasure with this bill, this bipartisan immigration bill that Kamala Harris keeps talking about. So there's a lot to talk about regarding not only Kamala's answers, but her non-answers, as she continued to try to justify her actions and Joe Biden's actions regarding the southern border last night during this interview on Fox News.
Jocelyn Nungari, Rachel Morin, Laken Riley, they are young women who were brutally assaulted and killed by some of the men who were released at the beginning of the administration, well before a negotiated bipartisan bill. Former President Clinton actually referred to Laken Riley Sunday, campaigning for you in Georgia, saying if those men had been properly vetted, Laken Riley probably would not have been killed. So if it wouldn't have happened, this is well before any negotiation. This is well before Donald Trump got involved in the politics. This is a specific policy decision by your administration to release these men into the country. So what I'm saying to you, do you owe those families an apology?
Let me just say, first of all, those are tragic cases. There's no question about that. There's no question about that. And I can't imagine the pain that the families of those victims have experienced for a loss that should not have occurred. So that is true.
Yeah, losses that should not have occurred because the killers of those women should not have been in our country. But to Brett Baer's question, should you apologize to those families? Wait till you hear Kamala Harris's answer. It is coming up next. It is 6:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news?
Well, police are focused on a van that has been submerged in Percy Priest Lake at this hour. They're trying to pull it out of the water. We also have a snapshot of what it looked like at the polls in Davidson County yesterday. Those stories coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much, Moon Valley Nursery. Dan Mandis here. I'm in the middle of a great backyard makeover, and I know the value of updating and upgrading your backyard. And Moon Valley Nurseries, they can help you if you've been thinking about it too. Now, think about what you would want in your perfect backyard. Then check them out online at moonvalleynurseries.com. That's moonvalleynurseries.com. You can actually add a ton of livable space to your home when you do this, not to mention increase the value of your home. Now, if you're not quite sure what you need, but you know that you need to do something with that backyard, get a free design consultation from my friends at Moon Valley Nurseries. You can also prepare for any backyard event, big or small. They can help you by creating the perfect setting for anything, big or small, at Moon Valley Nurseries. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. It's moonvalleynurseries.com, moonvalleynurseries.com. Hey everybody, Dan Mandis with Nashville's Morning News and Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I was speaking to Dr. Christopher Van Shank the other day at a station event. Now, he's a psychiatrist, and he was telling me about the mental health crisis here in America. And as you know, it's out of control. The COVID lockdowns were an absolute disaster. And Dr. Van Shank, again, he's a psychiatrist. And if you're one of those people, you feel like maybe you need to talk to somebody, I would recommend Dr. Christopher Van Shank. He can help you with addictions, depression, anxiety. He can also help kids with the same thing. He's been doing this for 15 years. He's been helping people, and he is here for you today. So if you want to check out his website is nolensvillepsychiatry.com. That's nolensvillepsychiatry.com. There's a whole list of issues that he can help you with. So check him out. If you feel like he can help you, give him a call. The number is below, and good luck.
The dual power of radio and digital advertising on Super Talk 99.7 WTN has always delivered for our local advertisers. Now's your chance to book your 2025 marketing campaign early for savings and incentives. Just reach out today to your local ad representative or go to 997wtn.com/epic.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in, and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
629, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jonathan Fahey is going to join us at 6:36. You know, he used to be the former director for ICE under Donald Trump. So he's got a thing or two to say about what Kamala Harris said about illegal immigration and all the things that Donald Trump did with illegal immigration and, of course, all the things that happened under Biden and Harris. And so we'll talk about that. And by the way, I will play the answer to Brett Baer's question when he said, do you owe the parents of Jocelyn Nungaray, Rachel Marin, and Laken Riley an apology because they were killed by illegal aliens that you let into our country? I wonder what she said to that. Details straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here for Window Nation. Now, this is my window company. I love these folks. They put new windows in my basement studio, my bedroom, and my kitchen as well. And right now, they've got a great deal going on. It is prime window buying time, as a matter of fact, because the weather is about to turn even colder. So if your windows are going to allow the warm air out and the cold air in this winter, well, you need to act right now. Window Nation is looking out for you with a great special going on right now. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. That is a great deal. You know, Window Nation has over 33,000 5-star reviews. That's on Google, and a big 5-star review from my house. Your new windows can be installed in a day or less, and they come with a lifetime warranty. Now, don't forget that great deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. 866-90-NATION. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
Well, good morning and welcome in. It's now 6:31, and I'm Joan Jones with the latest news. Coldest start to our days yet. It is 38 degrees right now. We're headed up to about 66. Stick around for the forecast coming up. Heavy-duty tow trucks are now on the scene at Percy Priest Lake, and divers are in the water. They're there to pull a partially submerged van out of that lake. Police reportedly have already determined that no one is inside the van, but they won't know for sure until they get it out. Police say someone called 911 last night to report seeing someone driving that van into the lake. Well, lots of voters headed to the polls in the first day of early voting yesterday. News 2 is reporting that nearly 14,000 Davidson County voters cast their ballots. That's about 2.6% of registered voters. The Davidson County Election Commission said the Hermitage Library saw the highest number of voters, while Casa Azafran Community Center saw the least. It appears that the promised Israeli counterattack to Iran is drawing closer.
Prime Minister Netanyahu has approved a series of targets for retaliatory strikes against Iran. Netanyahu's government has given the White House a general sense of those targets. It's understood the Biden administration is, quote, relatively satisfied. The timing of the strike remains unknown.
That's ABC's foreign correspondent James Longman. President Biden sending a new tranche of money to Ukraine. It's a $425 million military aid package. President Volodymyr Zelensky thanking Congress and the American people in a message on Telegram last night. In an address before European leaders, Zelensky talked about his so-called victory plan to end the war with Russia.
If we start now and follow the victory plan, we can end this war no later than next year.
Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Looks like stocks will add to the gains yesterday. Dow futures are up 76, NASDAQ futures plus 164, and S&P futures are up 24. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here. I want to tell you about the Glock story. You know, last week I went and I had some fun shooting at their Halloween shoot house. Now, it's basically a course where you're firing for 90 seconds and you see how well you do on this Halloween-themed course. They've got smoke and displays. It's a lot of fun, and they're actually putting a video together. You can check it out for yourself. But this is also a competition. You can actually win a Glock. Now, they do this in one of their massive rooms because, well, they can. Lane ranges, as you know, are really limited. What the Glock store does is so unique. because they can train you in these massive rooms and also have fun with this Halloween-themed shooting contest. Now, I also got a chance to fire my next gun. It's going to be a Glock 43X. Right now, I've got a Glock 19, but the Glock store, my usual place to buy my guns and continue my training and get all my ammo. I love the Glock store for a lot of reasons. So check out the Halloween Shoot House, maybe even win a new gun and have a lot of fun. Check it out online. It's shoot270.com. That's shoot270.com. The Glock store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere.
Another problem on 24 westbound lanes this morning. This one at exit 64. That's for Waldron Road. There is an accident. And then 40 eastbound at Fessler's Lane, exit 212, a crash, and that blocks off the right shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
That's my turn. 6:38, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jonathan Fahey. Always great to have you on. Thanks for waiting a little while through that commercial break. Hey, Jonathan, let me ask you a question. So we've got this audio I want to play for you. So last night, of course, you're former director of ICE under Donald Trump. And he, Donald Trump, and when you were with Donald Trump, I'm sorry, I'm having a bit of a brain fart, Jonathan. Hold on. I want to start this over. There was audio last night from this interview with Brett Baer and Kamala Harris. And he asked her about whether or not she would apologize to the families of Jocelyn Nungaray, Rachel Marin and Laken Riley, and this is what transpired.
Jocelyn Nungari, Rachel Morin, Laken Riley, they are young women who were brutally assaulted and killed by some of the men who were released at the beginning of the administration. So do you owe them an apology is what I'm saying.
I will tell you that I am so sorry for her loss. I'm so sorry for her loss.
So basically, seems to me, Jonathan, that when she says, I'm sorry for her loss, she meant their loss, but that's really not an apology. That really is like saying, I'm sorry that you're upset. That's not really an apology.
Yeah, exactly. And it's really just so insulting to the families of them and everyone else. There are lots of people throughout this country affected in a very negative way by this. And there's no acknowledgement or no acceptance of responsibility for anything with this administration because, these policies, and you could tie, Laken Riley's death, you can tie it to multiple policy fails of the Democratic Party, that if they didn't support sanctuary cities, if ICE was willing to deport people that they didn't have to wait to be convicted of an aggravated felon, if they detained them instead of catch and release. So there's like 3 policy failures that led to her death, that all of them were preventable. And if Donald Trump was the president, you can't say for certain people might have been able to sneak in and stuff, but you could realistically say, so these deaths and some other ones would have been prevented and wouldn't have happened. I think that's totally fair to say.
One of the things I thought was interesting last night is that, and I wanted to have you on to talk about the illegal immigration aspect of this. We had Brett Baer immediately. First question was about illegal immigration. And I thought it was interesting that she just wants nothing to do with even admitting or acknowledging the executive orders that Joe Biden put forward on like day one of his administration, because it is those executive orders that basically peeled away all of Donald Trump's immigration policies. And so for Kamala Harris, she's not even acknowledging or refuses to acknowledge that those even took place. Instead, she is choosing to focus on I'm just air quoting here, and I'm so tired of saying it, but the bipartisan immigration bill that she says that Donald Trump killed, which he didn't. But talk about what Joe Biden did on day one that Kamala Harris refuses to acknowledge.
Well, yeah, you're exactly right. And it goes back to the 2020 campaign that they basically were campaigning against ICE. They were essentially saying any deportation, they would always use this phrase, that's not who we are, and things like that. But I think, the main thing, I think the most effective among Donald Trump's policies is probably this Remain in Mexico policy, that if you want to come to this country and claim asylum, fine, but you need to wait in Mexico until your claim has been adjudicated. And they took that away, and that is one of the greatest tools, not just to keep people out that are claiming asylum, but it also deters false asylum claims, because if your claim is false, which 5% of them are, you're never even getting in to begin with, as opposed to now, when your claim is false, this administration not only lets you stay, they give you every benefit more than you and I get, and then we know at the end of the road, they're going to get to stay anyway, and they've more or less said that they're not going to do any mass deportations. They act like that's cool, so that means all of these people that have falsely claimed asylum and eventually get through the system and have their asylum claims denied, guess what? They get to stay too. But yeah, I think that was the most critical. But I think the number is like 70 or 80 something. But they went in there before they even took office. They had a plan to revoke all of these things that could make it tougher, for people to come here illegally. And also what they did, they made it tougher for law enforcement, for ICE agents, for Border Patrol agents to enforce the law. So even the ones that wanted to, we know what's happened to them. So, yeah, this idea that she had nothing to do with it. I do believe she doesn't have a lot of knowledge about what's going on, but she is certainly responsible. She was fully supportive of not supporting ICE and wanting ICE to be, whatever, reimagined or whatever the heck she says. But, from day one, they wanted this to happen. And that's the underlying truth that you and I know and most of your listeners know. This was intentional to bring in illegal aliens. Right. It's not like they tried things and they weren't very good and they failed. They were just, it's not like, I mean, they are incompetent, but in this area they're not. They actually wanted this to happen. So, and, no one, some people are reluctant to touch that. And I know Brett Baer, didn't go down that road. But I think, that's the only reasonable inference, that they want as many illegal aliens to come into the country as possible.
Well, I think the reason why Brett Baer didn't go down that road is because that would have distracted from the bigger picture that most Americans see, which is just the massive crush of illegal immigration. If he had thrown that in there, that you want them to come in so that eventually they'll vote for, your party, the Democrats, that sort of changes the entire conversation. Then people start talking about how, Brett Baer is a conspiracy theorist and all of these other things, the great replacement. And that's going to confuse the issue. I think because people brought that up to me last night, and I think that Brett Baer, he would have been justified if he brought that up. I just don't think that he needs to, because that would distract and confuse people that aren't in the political weeds like you and I are, and Brett Baer is as well. It is 6:45 on Super Talk 99.7. Jonathan Fahey is here talking about last night's interview with Kamala Harris. Time to check the roads on WTN. .45 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Sunny today and high in the mid-60s. Appreciate you listening to Super Talk 99.7. Jonathan Fahey. So let's talk a little bit more about illegal immigration. Then we're going to move away from that and talk about a few other things related to the interview. But I guess part of what is going on with this administration is just a complete and virtual no accountability. They don't want any accountability for anything that they have done or haven't done. And I think that when you and I watched this last night, and millions of the American people watched this last night as well, I don't think that Kamala Harris came off real well. I don't. I think that she came across argumentative, and she clearly didn't answer the questions.
Yeah, exactly. You're absolutely right. And, the one thing, the one affirmative sort of campaign they had for her was this joy thing, right? So that's gone. So there's really no affirmative case they could even make for her to be the president. But, yeah, everything about it, I think they wanted her to go in there and, stick it to Donald Trump and show she's tough. But she really just came across as, defensive, just poorly informed, which it's still stunning to me, even though I don't think she has any real knowledge of any of the issues facing her. I'm surprised that they cannot prepare her to at least have a handful of facts to throw back at them. And that's the thing that's just stunning to me.
That, Jonathan, that is a great point. That is a great point. She's only got talking points, and the talking points, by and large, they're not even true. But you're right. You would think that they would arm her with, well, actually, Brett, and then just throw out some facts. But she doesn't. It's the same old talking points and platitudes that we've been hearing for the last couple of months.
Yeah, and it's just so amazing is that she won't do the homework, which that's when you hear sort of things under the radar, you would hear these things about how she doesn't prepare for briefings and stuff like that. But it's almost like she's had this whole career of just sort of coasting along and never having to do the work, that I think now it's almost like a shock to her that she's being held to some, and I just say some accountability. She's still been given a crazy easy ride in this thing. I mean, handed the nomination, glowing, remember all these studies talking about how favorable the press was for her, at least the first month or so. I don't know if it's still the same. And then all of the interviews, even when they're serious interviews, and I say serious, like Dana Bash, she's given her multiple choice questions and trying to prod her along and help her. So it's pathetic though. Yeah, she should be able to, on any question, be able to have 3 or 4 points, and whether or not, like you said, whether or not they're great, it would still make her look good.
Well, let me play you what let me let me play for you what Brian Stelter, who's of course back on CNN, and this is what he said about the performance of Kamala Harris.
I think this strategy from Harris was a Google strategy. She wanted Fox viewers to start to Google some of the things she was saying, because some of the comments she was making in this interview are foreign to the Fox audience. For example, General Mark Milley saying Trump is a fascist to the core. That's barely been covered on Fox News. So she was able to get some of those talking points in. This was the most adversarial interview Kamala Harris has probably ever done. Instead of getting to debate Trump again, she got to debate Bret Baier. And a lot of viewers are going to come away saying, wow, she's willing to do that. That's a sign of toughness and strength.
So, number one, I'm going to throw out my opinion, then you can talk about Mark Milley. But I think that Donald Trump supporters and Fox News, we're so used to people calling Donald Trump a fascist that it's not really news.
Yeah, and I think that's, when all they have, and you almost feel like at the end of that for Brian Stelter, it's like, nice try, Brian. I mean, this was a disaster. But the Mark Milley thing or any of these things, it's funny. The only thing they can say about Donald Trump is like, oh, he said this mean thing. What do you have to say about this? Or he exaggerated a crowd size. But they never can attack him on policy, because it's like they have to, at least they're implicitly admitting that during the Trump years, people in this country were better off, they were safer, and our national security was far better. We were far better off national security-wise during his presidency. I don't even think that's arguable. So it's just like he said this mean thing behind closed doors, and I think people are tired of that. But it's like Brian Stelter is like, yeah, that was really the strategy. It's like that's all they have, and I don't think people really. I mean. Outside of our world, Mark Milley isn't really a household name. What he says, whatever. I just don't see that being something that moves the needle.
No, and he and Donald Trump had some serious, and still do have some very serious differences regarding policy. So for Mark Milley, and this this was in a book by Bob Woodward. It's just the American people, and certainly I think Donald Trump supporters don't care if somebody once again is calling Donald Trump a fascist, because that's like every day. So to me, it's not that big of a deal. I think most people agree with that as well. Jonathan Fahey, always great to have you on. Appreciate it. I'll have you on again soon. As always, great analysis. It is 6:51 on WTN. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news?
Well, Dan, U.S. B-2 bombers are hitting targets overseas this morning. Also, Fannie Willis is back in the news. We'll tell you why coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Joe, just so you know, here on the morning show, it's Fanny Fanny.
It's Fanny Fanny.
It's okay. Fanny Fanny or Fanny Fanny. Because when this whole thing, when this whole thing started,
joke. I feel good about that.
When this whole thing started, we couldn't figure out if it was Fanny or Fanny, because everybody was telling me it was different, and so I settled on Fanny Fanny.
Okay, I like it.
But you probably don't want to do that during your newscast.
I probably won't. No. But I use Fanny. I don't use the whole Fanny thing.
Well, I heard it was actually Fanny.
Oh, gosh.
and she shops at Target.
But she wears her dresses backwards.
She did wear her dress backwards that one day.
That?
Oh, I remember.
Yeah.
Trying to hide her fanny.
Because Johnny and I were trying to figure it out, because we're a couple of dudes and Ken was here. And we're like,
oh, boy. That must have been fun.
Is her dress on backwards? I don't know, Dan. We've never worn a dress. We can't figure it out. Anyway. But it turns out she did.
Yeah.
Got to go. 6:52, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Lake lovers, listen up. Tennessee National is a highly anticipated lakefront resort, golf, and marina community, and they're having a fall sales event releasing a limited number of lake lots to the public with upgrades and savings. One day only on Saturday, October 26th. Now, speaking of those upgrades and those updates, lake townhome upgrades are going on right now. Outdoor living space upgrades as well, with 2 years free boat rentals as well, and 2 years of free social membership as well. Home site and golf cart savings as well. You can get $10,000 off of a golf membership and 50% off of a brand new golf cart. Now, these are amazing upgrades and discounts as well from our friends at Tennessee National. Now, they've got pickleball courts as well, swimming pools, and this is just over 20 minutes from Knoxville, Tennessee. They've got great financing options available as well. So call to secure your private tour. This is going to happen on Saturday, October 26th. Saturday, October 26th. Visit us at TennesseeNational.com. That's TennesseeNational.com, or better yet, call them. Tell them I told you to reach out. 865-408-9992. 865-408-9992. Memories begin here.
Hey, I'm Joan Jones on Super Talk 99.7. And you know, the dual power of radio and digital has always been such a plus for our advertisers. So if you're thinking about your 2025 plans, make sure you check us out at 997wtn.com/epic. Go there now.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Good morning, 7 o'clock on the dot, and I'm Joan. 7 degrees. We're headed up to 66 later. Well, we have been keeping an eye on the efforts to pull a van out of the waters of Percy Priest Lake this morning. That van was just pulled up on dry land, and as suspected, there was no one inside. Police now trying to determine who owns the van and why it was driven into the water. We're also learning that 2 people had to be pulled from the wreckage of a crash on the westbound side of I-24 this morning. This happened near the exit for 96 in Murfreesboro. That crash had the highway shut down for hours. Well, the U.S. conducted new airstrikes in the Middle East today, this time targeting rebels in Yemen.
The Pentagon says the airstrikes were aimed at weapons storage facilities. 5 sites in all, which the U.S. says were being used by Iranian-backed Houthi rebels. For months, the Houthis have been targeting foreign ships in the Red Sea as retaliation for Israel's war against Hamas. The Pentagon says 2 stealth bombers were used in these new airstrikes.
SABC's Christiane Cordero, a local running club, dedicated their usual Wednesday evening run to the memory of Alyssa Lockett. She's the woman who was out running in Antioch's Greenway when she was attacked and shot to death. Fellow runners spoke to Channel 4.
Almost every woman on our staff or woman I know has experienced harassment while running, I myself included, and a lot of us are runners, and I think this is really important to us because we see ourselves in her, unfortunately.
The suspect, Paul Park, was arrested thanks to a citizen's dash cam video. Now Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell says there's a new push to get Metro Council to approve license plate reader cameras. He says it could help in crime cases like that one.
Fingers crossed we can get this done before the end of the year, and then we will look to proceed with it.
Fannie Willis is back in the news. The Fulton County DA asking the state's Court of Appeals to reinstate 6 counts in the election subversion case against Donald Trump and some co-defendants, including 3 specifically against the former president. Those charges were dropped by a judge who ruled that they lacked detail about the underlying crime. Willis arguing to the appeals court yesterday that the indictment against Trump and others had plenty of information, she said, that would allow defendants to sufficiently prepare for their case. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Looks like stocks will add to yesterday's gains. The Dow futures are up 31, NASDAQ futures up 162, and the S&P futures are plus 23 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Couple of trouble spots now. Westbound on 24. It has been a mess all morning. Now at Old Hickory Boulevard, South Exit 62. It's a crash blocking off the right shoulder. Got a crash too on Harding Place westbound at Trousdale Road. That's in Creve Hill. It's a crash there and stop and go traffic around it. Smith Springs Road in Priest Lake at Rural Hill Road. An accident involving some injuries there and lots of delays around it. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
7:07 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in. Thursday, October 17th, along with Joan Jones and Johnny B. Dan Mandis here, playing all of the relevant audio with this interview, Brett Baer and Kamala Harris. And one of the things that I thought was really interesting last night, and there was a lot interesting. I thought that it was a good moment for Brett Baer. It was a really bad 26, 27 minutes for Kamala Harris because she simply put would not answer any questions. One of my favorite moments was when she was asked about the decline of Joe Biden. Now, she's talking about Donald Trump being unstable. And so Brett Baer is like, well, wait a minute. You're talking about Donald Trump being unstable, but what about Joe Biden?
He's misguided. You say now
he's unstable. He is unstable, Brett.
He's not well. You say he's mentally not stable.
He's not stable.
Let me ask you this. You told many interviewers that Joe Biden was on his game, that ran around circles on his staff. When did you first notice that President Biden's mental faculties appeared diminished?
Joe Biden, I have watched from the Oval Office to the Situation Room, and he has the judgment and the experience to do exactly what he has done in making very important decisions on behalf of the American people.
There were no concerns raised?
Brett, Joe Biden is not on the ballot.
I understand.
And Donald Trump
but
is.
You talked about it.
And Donald Trump
After George Clooney said within a few minutes of talking to President Biden at a fundraiser that he thought this was not the same Joe Biden that we saw on the debate stage.
Donald Trump is on the ballot.
I understand. You met with him at least once a week for 3.5 years. You didn't have any concerns?
You know, here's the thing, and I said this on the overnight show. This is about Kamala Harris's judgment, character, and truth. Because, number one, she is correct. It is Donald Trump on the ballot and not Joe Biden. But she's on the ballot, too. And if you're going to sit here, Kamala Harris, and tell me that you didn't notice any decline in Joe Biden, well, then that tells me that your judgment is way off and you shouldn't be president. I think the American people clearly, anyone who has seen Joe Biden over the last couple of years, it is obvious that he has had some severe mental decline. And so if you didn't notice it, then your judgment is off. If you did notice it and you're lying to the American people, then that is a problem with your character and your willingness and ability to tell the truth. And she looked like a deer in the headlights when he asked her that question. She did not see it coming. And how she didn't see it coming, I don't know. But to me, this isn't about Donald Trump, and this question isn't about Joe Biden. It is about Kamala Harris and her unwillingness to tell the truth. She continued to ignore, by the way, the actual question.
I think the American people have a concern about Donald Trump, which is why the people who know him best, including leaders of our national security community, have all spoken out, even people who worked for him in the Oval Office, worked with him in the Situation Room, and have said he is unfit.
So, in other words, she continues down this merry road that Donald Trump is unfit, completely ignoring Joe Biden. She did that all night, friends, all night. And when you talk about Donald Trump being unfit for office, can I just ask, what exactly does that mean? Because we had 4 years of Donald Trump, and let me tell you something, that was a pretty good 4 years. Economy was going good. We weren't involved in, these seemingly forever wars that are costing us billions of dollars. We didn't have rampant illegal immigration coming across our southern border. We didn't have innocent Americans being killed by these illegal aliens, Kamala's illegal aliens. And so when she says that Donald Trump is not fit for office and she's saying that he is unstable, it just rings hollow. She was also, by the way, asked about Iran and that Joe Biden, of course, this refusal to enforce sanctions and the fact that that refusal to enforce those sanctions led to billions of dollars going to Iran, and that allows them to fund all of that terrorism. As you know, Iran funds Hamas and Hezbollah, the Houthi rebels as well, and Bret Baier asked her about that.
Critics just say that you either relaxed or failed to enforce sanctions on Iran, allowing all of this money to flow into Iran, like billions.
Let's go back to Donald Trump, who pulled out of a deal that would have actually put Iran in check.
The estimates in billions.
It was during Donald Trump's administration
that Iran regime
that we had an American military base that was attacked, where American soldiers suffered traumatic brain injuries, and Donald Trump dismissed them as headaches.
So here's the deal. The formula or the guidance that Kamala Harris was given heading into this interview with Bret Baier was basically mention Donald Trump's name as often as possible, don't answer any questions, and don't accept any responsibility or accountability for the disaster that has been the last 3.5 years.
Not to mention how Donald Trump has treated and talked about America's military and military service people, calling them suckers and losers,
Hamas,
has diminished
and Houthis.
the significance.
We're talking over each other. I apologize.
I would like that we would have a conversation that is grounded in full assessment of the facts.
Number one, Bret Baier should not have apologized because she's the one that is refusing to answer questions. And if you listen closely to all of that, she's just repeating the same BS allegations that we've been hearing for a long time. She mentioned suckers and losers. Of course, you know what that is. Donald Trump is in Paris. They want to go by a cemetery that has dead American veterans buried there. And he says, no, it's full of suckers and losers. That never happened. Not only did that never happen, but the people that were involved in that original accusation have said, no, that never happened. So again, if you listen to that audio, she simply refuses to answer the question. She just goes on and on about Donald Trump. And by the way, the reason that Donald Trump pulled out of the Iranian nuclear deal, if you remember, was because it was ineffective. Iran wasn't abiding by the deal. They were stockpiling weapons. They were using the lifted sanctions from that deal to finance the terror that we're seeing now. Obama set the whole damn thing up. I mean, I don't want to sit here and relitigate that story. This is about Joe Biden, and this is about Joe Biden ignoring the sanctions placed on Iran and allowing them to sell all of that oil to China. And what that did is that made Iran flush with cash. And then, of course, they used that cash to fund Hamas. Hamas then, of course, attacks Israel. That is exactly what happened. Wait till you hear what MSNBC thought of this interview between Kamala Harris and Bret Baier. It's probably not going to surprise you, but it is an eye roll, and it's coming up next. 7:15, time to check the roads on WTN. 7:16, Nashville's Morning News. Sunny today, highs in the mid-60s, 40 degrees now at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So basically, if you're just tuning in and you didn't see the Kamala Harris-Bret Baier interview last night on Fox, basically, Kamala Harris didn't want to answer any questions. She mentioned Donald Trump as often as possible. Most often, she is either lying, obfuscating, exaggerating what she says about Donald Trump, and she takes no responsibility for anything that happened during the last 3.5 years. Now, MSNBC, they say that Bret Baier was a little bit more aggressive than he usually is, and it must be because he's a racist and a sexist.
And I should note, we did not find a single person who audibly would tell us that they voted for Kamala Harris. These were Trump supporters getting out to vote early in the all-important Mojave County. Take a listen to some of our conversations.
Well, the difference is going to be that everybody's coming out early, and everybody that we talked to has made a special effort this year to vote.
And what was interesting about that segment on MSNBC was that opening part where they said that they couldn't find anybody in that area who voted for Kamala Harris. And so they are in a state of panic. And so then they started on with Bret Baier.
That he approached her differently than other people he interviews?
I saw a little bit of the panel after the interview, and one woman said that she came in hot and also said that she became angrier. I thought he came in hot. And what I am very tired of is this trope of the angry black woman. She was not angry. She was in command of the facts. She was passionate. Passion does not equal anger.
Did anybody talk about her being an angry black female? I'll be honest with you, sometimes I hear these things and it is actually rather jarring and stunning. Because just because she is black and just because she was angry doesn't mean that anybody is throwing down tropes. It means that she was being held accountable for what has happened in the last 3.5 years, and she got defensive. And so if you're going to point out that she was argumentative and she was defensive, doesn't mean that you're being racist and you're throwing down some sort of trope. It means you're describing the situation. Nice try, though, MSNBC.
I'm often called, Donald Trump actually called me dumb at a rally recently. You have these tropes that are used against women and women of color in particular. And I did not see a dumb woman. I did not see an angry woman. I saw a woman who understands what is at stake. And
you know what's interesting is the same people on MSNBC who will talk about Donald Trump, they'll call him a fascist. It's like every single day we hear that Donald Trump is a fascist. We hear that, Donald Trump is a threat to democracy and all of these other things. Yet Bret Baier, all he does is he asks Kamala Harris some very journalistic type questions. And all of a sudden, you hear that he is, throwing down these, tropes about angry black women. We always seem to say this because it always applies, and it is the only thing that the Democrats can do to defend themselves against the reality that they have created. The reality that they have created is one where the American people are dissatisfied with what they have done with our country. And so instead of accepting some semblance of accountability and meeting these problems head on and then trying to fix it, they get all defensive. I mean, that is exactly what's going on. And so if they're going to get defensive about the fact that they're defensive, well, guess what? I don't care if they're defensive. They've got a lot of explaining to do, and the problem is Kamala Harris simply is unable to explain. Because let's face it, the last 3.5 years in this country and the policies of Joe Biden, there really is no defense. It is 7:21. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news at 7:30?
Well, Dana Van has been pulled out out of Percy Priest Lake. We'll tell you what investigators have found. Also, how a local murder case is prompting new calls for license plate readers in Nashville. We'll have those stories at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Mark Spain Real Estate. You know, when the real estate market slows down, Mark Spain can really help you out with the guaranteed offer. Now, with the guaranteed offer, there is no showings, no open houses, and no stress, and it is absolutely hassle-free. You know, fall can be a busy time, and trying to sell your home can be overwhelming. With the guaranteed offer, you're going to be on the market, get an all-cash offer, and close within days, and the best part, no stress. Now, one of their clients, Walker, said that they had to move fast, and they were worried the process would take too long and they'd have to spend a lot of money on repairs. Mark Spain gave us an offer in 3 days, he says, for over our asking price. Call them at 855-299-SOLD. Go to markspain.com to find out what your guaranteed offer would be on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing. Dan Mandis here. Probably the number one question I get from listeners is, how can I get involved in the conservative fight? Well, it is critical to know where your dollars are going. You know that most credit cards are funneling millions of dollars to the left. But now you have a choice. Coin is America's conservative credit card. That's right. Coin is
Guaranteed
is
offer
America's
the
conservative
easiest way to
credit
sell
card.
your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
727, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. Let's see here. I think I've got time to play the this one audio bite. Don't kill me, Johnny. I'm going to get it in. I swear. Brett Baer. He was on with Sean Hannity last night after the debate, and I was actually really impressed with what he had to say because he, despite the fact that it was, I mean, anybody who watched it will tell you that it was an adversarial interview, but he was actually pretty conciliatory when he was on with Sean Hannity. Listen to what he said about his interview with Kamala Harris.
Listen, I hope she comes back. I actually think this is a different take. I think she had a mission that she wanted to do, and maybe she wanted to have a viral moment. She wanted to have a pushback. She came to Fox News and she wanted to have a go after Donald Trump viral moment that plays on a lot of other channels and on social media. And I think she may have gotten that. I think in the interim, we had a good exchange. I wish it wasn't so much filibuster. I wish it was just a cordial conversation about policy and follow-ups. Maybe if we had more time, maybe she'll come back. I don't know. I don't know if she will or not, but I hope she does. And obviously, I hope the former president does the same format.
Yeah, don't forget that Kamala Harris was about 20 minutes late. This was Brett Baer earlier in the day talking about the beginning of that interview. It's a train wreck.
You know, when the kicker in football, they call a timeout right before he's going to kick the field goal. They're icing the kicker. So we were supposed to start at 5 p.m. This was the time they gave us. Originally, we were going to do 25 or 30 minutes. They came in and said, well, maybe 20. So it was already getting whittled down.
Yeah, and they were worried about being able to make their 6 o'clock showtime, airtime. They had to turn around the interview and all that. So the interview ultimately was supposed to be 30 minutes. It was a lot shorter than that. And ultimately, I think that probably was all by design. It is 7:29. Dan Mandis here for Cove Generators. Now is the time to call Cove Generators because they're offering you a free 7-year warranty. That's over $1,000 value. So if you've ever wanted a backup home standby generator, now is the time to do it. Plus, they've got some great financing options also now available. They are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer in the state of Tennessee. So be prepared for the next power outage and call Cove Generators today and never lose power again. 931-559-3311. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out and get that free 7-year warranty worth $1,000. 931-559-3311. Find them online, covegenerators.com.
Good morning and welcome in. It is 7:30 here at Super Talk 99.7, and I'm Joan Jones with the latest headlines. Happening right now, divers and tow trucks are all gathered around a van that was submerged in Percy Priest Lake overnight, and that van has been pulled up onto dry land. Police have determined that no one was inside. Now the work begins, though, to figure out who owns it and who drove it into the lake last night. Runners from a local running club dedicated their Wednesday night gathering to the memory of Alyssa Lockett. She's the woman who was attacked and murdered at Mill Creek Greenway this week. She had been out jogging. Meantime, Metro Police Chief John Drake says the arrest of the suspect in that case highlights the need for license plate reader cameras. Drake says it could have happened faster. Mayor Freddie O'Connell tells WTN's Matt Murphy's show that he agrees with the chief.
Our office is still working closely with MMPD to make sure we get a good, responsible implementation, and it will have to go back before the Metro Council.
O'Connell says a new proposal could be submitted by the end of the year. A Lawrence County deputy is in the hospital after being struck by a vehicle while on duty last night. Chad Moore had been responding to a call of shots fired when he was struck by that car. He was airlifted to Skyline Medical Center in Nashville. Moore's condition is not known at this time. And Metro Nashville police arresting a man who they call a serial burglar. 36-year-old Edgar Iso was busted early yesterday when he tripped an alarm at a business on Gallatin Pike North. They say that he had been out on bond since July and is allegedly responsible for 37 burglaries across Nashville since 2023. He's now being held on $75,000 bond. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. An hour before the opening bell, and the Dow futures are up 80. NASDAQ futures gaining 177. S&P futures are up 27 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 7:33, of course, we're back to school. Every day, I thank the Lord for Xfinity Internet. Now, we can stay connected in my house with Wi-Fi coverage that delivers the speed we need, and you can too. Now, listen, homework and radio shows, they don't wait for the Internet to work. You need a reliable connection even when everyone is online and working. I rely on Xfinity. I've been a customer for years. Now, if there are issues, Xfinity has 24/7 customer service here for you whenever you need it, with in-home Wi-Fi support. And if you're on the go, you can stay connected with over 20 million secure Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. So get the best Wi-Fi for your life, whether it's doing homework with the kids or work for the paycheck. Rock-solid internet is only a phone call away with Xfinity. So to get started, call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out. 1-800-XFINITY. That's 1-800-XFINITY, online, xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details.
A lot of spots this morning. Harding Place westbound at Trousdale Drive. That's a crash with stop-and-go traffic. 40 westbound before Old Hickory Boulevard East. That crash is blocking off the left lane there. Then, if you're on 24, the westbound off-ramp to I-840, that's exit 74. The crash there in the off-ramp right shoulder is blocked off. Also, westbound 24, Old Hickory Boulevard, south exit 62. A crash there, and the right shoulder is blocked. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.737 on WTN. Matthew Hurt is coming up in 60 seconds. Dan Mandis here. You know, I'm in the middle of a great backyard makeover, and I know the value of updating and upgrading your backyard. Moon Valley Nurseries can help you if you've been thinking about doing this as well. Now, I want you to think about what you would want in your perfect backyard. Then check them out online at moonvalleynurseries.com. moonvalleynurseries.com. You can actually add a ton of livable space to your home when you do this, not to mention increase the value of your home. Now, if you're not quite sure what you need to do, but you know that you need to do something, get a free design consultation from Moon Valley Nurseries. It's moonvalleynurseries.com. Be sure and tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, moonvalleynurseries.com. .38 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I want to get right to the Newsmaker Hotline. Matthew Hurt joins us, our grassroots political analyst and our friend here on Nashville's Morning News. Matthew, always great to have you on. So let's talk about what we saw last night with Brett Baier and Kamala Harris. I've been playing audio all morning long. So just give me your broad brush opinion of what went down.
Out of the gate, Kamala Harris failed on the question of immigration. Brett Baier asked her very directly, how many people have you released that have caused a problem in this country, that have committed crimes? She demurred and threw it back to Congress. You and I have talked about that immigration legislation time and time again, but there were actions that the administration took as soon as they took office, and that has led to the flood of illegal immigrants being released into the country and creating these instances where we see the death of Laken Riley and many, many others across the country. And that set the tone for the interview. 26 minutes of interview, and at the very end, Brett Baier said, Kamala, your team is waving me to stop this interview. They knew in real time that it was a disastrous interview, and it seemed to confirm what I think the average Fox News viewer would believe, is that she's just not fit for office, and she's just not able to answer these questions in a meaningful way.
Well, and here's the question that I would have. When we talk about her fitness for office, I think part of that is that she doesn't have the ability to prepare for an important event like an interview on Fox News. I mean, it's like she's either not prepared or her preparation is just to blame Donald Trump for everything and not take any responsibility for what happened the last 3.5 years.
Well, national media outlets covered at the beginning of this administration that Kamala Harris doesn't actually read the briefing. She doesn't read, a lot of folks who go into a meeting, especially folks at an executive level, their team and their staff brief them on what to be prepared for. And the national media covered 3 or 4 years ago that Kamala Harris just doesn't read those briefings. And this was evident. It's like going into first period algebra and having not done your homework. Not being ready, and the American people saw this on full display last night.
Let me ask you a question. A friend of mine just sent me this, and I haven't even gone through it, but it's a familiar story. The betting markets are, I guess they call it the poly market. The betting markets, even more after last night, are favoring Donald Trump. If you want to make money in this political campaign, your money's got to be on Donald Trump to win this election. I've heard some people say that is the strongest indicator as to who's going to win this election. Give me your thoughts.
The betting markets are a more accurate, not a predictor, but just a sense of the electorate, or the sense particularly of people who bet with their money. For years, they've been doing this in the United Kingdom, across the pond, and that has yielded some of the most specific and accurate results of upcoming elections. Those betting numbers, the way they break. And now we're doing it here in the U.S., and I think we're going to see a lot of the same kind of results. Again, somebody who places a bet is more interested in winning that bet, particularly if it is one that would yield a high return. And so I think that the betting market numbers are going to be more accurate even in the polling in predicting the outcome of these elections, especially state by state in places like Pennsylvania or Michigan or Georgia.
Last night, of course, Brett Baier, Kamala Harris having their interview. One of the things that I'm noticing, and you've probably seen a lot of I've been on the air all morning, so I don't know exactly what the spin is. But one of the things that I'm noticing is that basically, if you are a Kamala Harris supporter, then you're fine with her performance last night. If you're a Donald Trump supporter, you think she did terribly. Do you think if somebody was an independent or doesn't have sort of this preconceived notion of what's going to happen, how do you think the average person that isn't mired down in politics saw this interview last night?
Those who are dug in will not change their mind. This morning, I started seeing my friends on left-wing Twitter talk about how she did a great job and how even though Brett Baer talked over her, she was strong and competent and capable. Again, those are my friends on the left-wing side of Twitter. But the people in the middle are going to see clips. They're going to hear reaction on programs like this. They're going to talk about it at the water cooler with their coworkers. And in those conversations, in those reactions, is where this interview makes a big difference, because those people who are on the fence still, and there are many of them, will formulate their opinion based on what a friend or a colleague or a neighbor or a coworker talks about, and that is going to help, I think, ultimately help Donald Trump in many instances, in many of these conversations, and it will continue to hurt Kamala Harris. This is part of a narrative. Combine this with the polling trend, combine this with the wave of softball interviews she did, combine this with the enthusiasm and energy we're seeing in early vote numbers, and all of this plays into a narrative that Kamala Harris is on the last legs of a presidential campaign.
I have fun with this. Brian Stelter, I'm going to play it for you.
I think this strategy from Harris was a Google strategy. She wanted Fox viewers to start to Google some of the things she was saying, because some of the comments she was making in this interview are foreign to the Fox audience. For example, General Mark Milley saying Trump is a fascist to the core. That's barely been covered on Fox News. So she was able to get some of those talking points in. This was the most adversarial interview Kamala Harris has probably ever done. Instead of getting to debate Trump again, she got to debate Brett Baer. And a lot of viewers are going to come away saying, wow, she's willing to do that. That's a sign of toughness and strength.
I don't really think your average Fox viewer was thinking that. That's number one. And number two, I don't know about you, Matthew, and I said this earlier, I think the average Donald Trump supporter doesn't really care what Mark Milley or anyone else has to say when they call Donald Trump a fascist who is unfit to serve. It must be Thursday if we're hearing yet another person say that about Donald Trump. It's just a tired old comment that people are making about Donald Trump because they've got nowhere else to go. Am I wrong?
You're absolutely right in that regard. If any speaker were to go to Fox News or to an audience like who listens to this program and leads with Donald Trump is a fascist, that is going to just roll off their back like water off a duck. This does not connect. Conservatives, I liken it to when conservatives make an argument about, say, Margaret Sanger and abortion for Black Americans. It's an argument that just doesn't land with the audience. But the person who makes the argument continues to make that argument. And so this is something that the average Fox viewer is going to hear it. It's going to go away into a memory hole, and it will not help them formulate an opinion about Donald Trump. And it will help them consider that, again, another attack on Donald Trump by Kamala Harris that seems unfair.
746 Nashville's Morning News. Matthew Hurt is here with us. Going to check the roads on WTN. .46 on WTN. As far as your weather today, sunny, highs in the mid-60s. Right now, 40 degrees at Super Talk. 99.7 WTN. Matthew Hurt is joining us. All right, so do you think that last night's interview will do anything for the polling? I think even though you and I both acknowledge and agree that polling is nothing but a snapshot of what is going on right now, I think part of what is, this is like a no crap Mandis moment, but the polling is having an impact, I believe, on the enthusiasm of people on the left, because they know that Harris is not doing well, and I believe that it is exciting the base for Donald Trump. And so from that regard, I think it is having a bit of an impact.
An interview like what happened last night plays into the enthusiasm aspect of a campaign. In Arlington, Virginia, where Donald Trump got 17% of the vote in 2020, only half of people have cast early votes than did in 2020. And so there is a significant enthusiasm gap for Democrats versus Republicans who are enthused about this election, either by Donald Trump or by the failed policies of Kamala Harris. This interview is, again, just another sort of check mark in the ongoing conversation about the narrative and about enthusiasm, and it plays into Republicans are enthusiastic, Republicans are excited, and Democrats will continue to be depressed in their turnout. That is to say, they're going to turn out at a lower rate. We're seeing this in places like Virginia, places like Georgia and Pennsylvania, and it is playing out in real time.
One of the things I noticed, I went to go early vote yesterday. One of the things that I noticed is that there were a ton of people on the first day of early voting. 2474, we have the super text line. 2474 asks this. Dan, Kamala is the most inept candidate in modern history. Is that may be true? I don't know. What do you think?
I think that's pretty accurate. Again, we see this in the conversations that she has. She opened her Bret Baier interview with this long introductory statement that allows her to gives her time to formulate an argument and then meander. And she even did that in her interview with Charlemagne the God. I think there was, we see this time and time again with her. She presents these long and winding introductory statements that then allow her to go on to say almost nothing. And anybody who is watching with a keen eye and really listening to what she says will come away from that and say she said absolutely nothing in that answer.
All right, so we've got 2.5 weeks left, I guess, whatever it is. And, if you're advising Kamala Harris, if you're advising Donald Trump, what do you tell them to do? Trump first.
Well, Donald Trump should just continue to do what he's doing. I think it would make sense to have more of these rallies. We're seeing him do them in curious places like Coachella. Virginia could certainly use a Donald Trump rally, but if I'm Kamala Harris, I really want to be able to answer the questions and show that I'm relatable and likable, and I just don't know that she can do that in the next 19 days.
All right. One of the things, just very quickly, but Kamala says that people are exhausted. This seems to be one of her little talking points, that people are exhausted because Donald Trump is so divisive. I don't think that's true. I think people are pumped up. I think if people are exhausted, it's because groceries are 25% higher. We're dealing with all the credit card debt we had because we had to use our credit cards to pay off our groceries and our bills during the times of 9.3, 9.4% inflation rate. I think that's what has people exhausted. I don't think Donald Trump's quote, air quote, divisive nature is exhausting people.
The demographic who is exhausted about this election are usually high turnout Democrats who are not turning out according to the early vote numbers that smarter people than me are tracking on Twitter all the time. And I encourage your listeners to check those folks out because the exhaustion is coming from Democrats who just aren't turning out.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people fired up last night and yesterday in Mount Juliet when we're all early voting. So, Matthew, how can folks find you on X?
I'm on Twitter at Matthew Hurt, MatthewHurtt.
All right, we'll talk to you again soon, 7:51 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line very active today. Thank you very much. 615-737-9986 at 7:51. Joan Jones has the news at 8. Joan, what you got?
Well, I got a new report that calls for a complete overhaul of the Secret Service. A snapshot of voting trends after yesterday's first day of early voting, too. Those stories and more coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 7:51. Dan Mandis here with a question for you. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask because some insurance companies, they're not going to pay full replacement cost. They're going to deduct money for an older roof. Now, this means that the insurance company will depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. Older roof? they're going to pay you less, and that could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King & Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they will pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. Call them 615-329-8121. Get your Royal Review, tkinginsurance.com.
Hey, what's going on, guys? It's Matt Murphy with Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 2024 is coming to a close, and what a great year it was. We are looking forward to an exciting 2025, and we want you to be a part of it. If you're looking for marketing or digital strategy for your business, we want to be on your team. It is a wonderful three-legged stool. You, me, and the listener, and we want to be a part of your family. So join us at 997wtn.com/epic to find out more, and we'll see you at 2025.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis with Nashville's Morning News and Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I was speaking to Dr. Christopher Van Shank the other day at a station event. Now, he's a psychiatrist, and he was telling me about the mental health crisis here in America. And as you know, it's out of control. The COVID lockdowns were an absolute disaster. And Dr. Van Shank, again, he's a psychiatrist. And if you're one of those people, you feel like maybe you need to talk to somebody, I would recommend Dr. Christopher Van Shank. He can help you with addictions, depression, anxiety. He can also help kids with the same thing. He's been doing this for 15 years. He's been helping people, and he is here for you today. So if you want to check out his website is nolensvillepsychiatry.com. That's nolensvillepsychiatry.com. There's a whole list of issues that he can help you with. So check him out. If you feel like he can help you, give him a call. The number is below, and good luck. $7:56 on WTN. 2968. Dan, I live in Mount Juliet. Where did you early vote at? Charlie Daniels Park is where I early voted at. But you can find out where you're supposed to early vote, and I highly recommend it at the app GoVoteTN. Hey, Joan.
Yes, sir.
Everybody's asking me about these earrings that Kamala Harris is wearing. They're saying that they're like earpieces. Where do you fall on that? And I'm going to ask E.J. Hosted this question as well coming up after the news. But, you know, being a female, have you checked out those earrings? And,
I have.
And do you think those are little speakers so that they're telling Kamala Harris what to say?
I did look these up, and they look remarkably just like these styled earrings that have a microphone and an earpiece in them.
She wears them all the time. Don't women have like a lot of different earrings?
But she also wears the same pearls all the time, if you've noticed those. And those are the like $4,000. They're very expensive.
Well,
pearls.
The pearls are a decoy, so people won't look at the
I think that's
the
what
speaker
it is.
ear. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but I have looked this up, and they look remarkably like these earrings that are for sale specifically for the purpose of having an earpiece.
Well, and those pearls must have been a gift because she comes from a middle-class background.
Right.
Come on.
And she's been a politician, so I mean, really, she's not making big bucks, right?
Oh, no.
No.
I bet she has somebody doing her lawn, though.
And it looks nice.
I'm sure it does. On taxpayer expense, because she's living in the White House vice president mansion thing. White House vice president mansion thing.
It's called the Naval Observatory.
Thank you, Joan.
Yeah.
It's been a great show, hasn't it? All right. EJ,
we love when you don't get enough sleep.
EJ Host is coming up next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis with Super Talk 99.7 WTN and Nashville's Morning News. Right now, we are bringing results for our clients using both our radio and digital assets. 2025 is going to be a huge year, not only here in Tennessee, but of course, across America. If you want to jump on board, again, we're offering great incentives. Find us online, 997WTN.com, and let's talk.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
Good morning, 8 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're sitting at 37 this morning, quite chilly out, and we'll get up to 66 later. Stick around for traffic coming up in a couple of minutes. A blistering new report is calling for the total reform of the Secret Service.
The Department of Homeland Security independent review of the first assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump concluded there were mistakes made on July 13th, but also revealed systemic issues within the Secret Service and found that without reforms to the agency, quote, another Butler can and will happen again. The scathing 35-page report calls for new leadership and says the agency doesn't perform at elite levels needed for their mission. The panel says there are, quote, deeper concerns within the service, which include a lack of critical thinking within the agency and, quote, corrosive cultural attitudes. Luke Barr, ABC News, Washington.
President Biden is handing out more U.S. taxpayer dollars to Ukraine. This time, $425 million. It's a move that Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre defended to reporters yesterday.
In May, the president directed his team to ensure, that Ukraine is able to use U.S.-supplied weapons for cross-border strikes so Ukraine can hit back against Russia, Russian forces that are attacking them or preparing to attack them as part of their current Russian offense. It's common sense, right? It's common sense that they should be able to hit back against what's hitting them.
But there's more. Biden also announced a new round of student loan forgiveness yesterday, bringing the total amount of student loan cancellation to more than $175 billion for nearly 5 million people ever since he took office. In August, the Supreme Court barred the Biden administration from a separate plan that would provide debt relief to lower-income borrowers. If you showed up to cast your presidential ballot at Hermitage Library yesterday, chances are you stood in line for a little while. It was the busiest of the early voting places in Davidson County. The County Election Commission says 2.6% of registered voters turned out on the first day of early voting. If you need a lift to your polling place, Lyft says it'll cut the fee that it charges in half to take you there. You use the code VOTE24 in the Lyft app to take advantage of that special. Lyft says it is aware that people who don't have cars are less likely to vote. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Half hour to go before the opening bell, and it looks like we'll add to yesterday's gains. Dow futures up 73, NASDAQ futures up 191, and the S&P futures gaining 30 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather still to come. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Wow, a mess this morning. Let's see. There is a crash on Harding Place westbound at Trousdale Drive. It's stop and go in that area. 40 westbound just before Old Hickory Boulevard. That's another crash, and it's blocking off the right shoulder. 24, the westbound off-ramp to eastbound I-840. That's exit 74. There is a crash on the off-ramp, and the right shoulder is blocked. Also westbound on 24, Waldron Road, exit 64. A stalled-out vehicle. 2 right lanes are blocked there. And Massman Drive in Nashville, near Appleton Drive, a crash involving injuries. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
8:07 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. It is Thursday, October 17th. Hope you're doing well, along with Joan Jones and Johnny B. I'm Dan Mandis. AJ Host is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. And EJ, I know how much you enjoy all things political. You're like a political animal. So we've been talking about the interview, Brett Baer and Kamala Harris. Been playing audio all morning long. So just give me your general perception of how it went, and then we'll go from there.
Sure. So I want to applaud Brett Baer, like most everybody else, for pushing her harder than she's been pushed thus far, using graphics, using clips, her own words against her. That was pretty remarkable, right? That really hasn't been something that she's had to go up against yet. So that's good. I was a little disappointed, though, quite honestly, that it's the same topics over and over again, because that allows her to go on these long tangents. So did we want to talk about immigration? He did a good job with it. He did a better job than anybody else, but maybe we could have switched up the topics a little bit. So I'm not in the camp that like, wow, that was great, stick a fork in her, she's toast. Like I'm seeing a lot of people on social media say, and on all the, the news shows this morning, the right saying that she's toast, the left is saying she did a great job. I just personally would have preferred some more variance in the topics.
I think the one thing about immigration where he did it differently is he was trying to move her away from the, and I'm going to air quote this, bipartisan Senate deal that Donald Trump killed. And he tried to pin her down on the removing the remain in Mexico policy, all those executive orders. And so I think that what he was trying to do, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but he was trying to pin her down on that because nobody ever asks her about immigration in that way to get her to admit that they made mistakes, the first couple of days with all those executive orders.
Right. I agree. And anybody who's doing a fact check or watching it over again will definitely see that. So like I said, he did it in a way that was better than anybody has so far.
Yep.
And it really, that was such a great way to start the tone of the whole 26 minutes because it threw her back on her heels. And I thought that part of it was brilliant. Yes.
I don't think she was expecting the question about Joe Biden. I don't think she was expecting the question about Joe Biden and his cognitive decline. I do have that audio.
He's misguided. You say now
he's unstable. He is unstable, Brett.
He's not well. You say
you're talking about Donald Trump.
He's mentally not stable.
He's not stable.
Let me ask you this. You told many interviewers that Joe Biden was on his game, that ran around circles on his staff. When did you first notice that President Biden's mental faculties appeared diminished?
Joe Biden, I have watched from the Oval Office to the Situation Room, and he has the judgment and the experience to do exactly what he has in making very important decisions.
So basically, EJ, as you know, they just went back and forth, and she never actually admitted that she feels like Joe Biden is unstable and so forth, instead using that description for Donald Trump. So either she has... Yes, exactly right. I mean, that minute, that second and a half of silence really spoke volumes. And so I think it's one of two things. As she sits there and talks about how Joe Biden, is sharp as a tack and all these other things, she either has terrible judgment or she's lying.
Right. I think it's probably a little of both. She has terrible political judgment and doesn't know how to answer a question in a way that the interviewer will be satisfied with her answer. She literally said he has the experience, Joe Biden has the experience to do what he has done. What does that even mean?
Yeah.
That's not a real sentence. So it's not something people would say in normal everyday conversation. And I think that's what voters are looking for is somebody who you can have an actual conversation with. And she doesn't have that political acumen. I think she did years ago. So it's odd to see this fall of her, right? But I also think that she's still arrogant. So she still thinks that she's doing okay, which is why her cadence goes up. She gets high pitched. She's clearly uncomfortable. So whether it's a coping mechanism with not liking the question or she's just, struggling with answering the questions, her arrogance is still kind of poking out there here too.
Let me ask you a question. Brett Baer is of course doing interviews and talking about how the interview ended.
You know, I'm talking like 4 people waving their hands, like it's got to stop. So Martha, I had to dismount there at the end. There's so many.
So a lot of people talking about Brett Baer and how 4 people were telling him to wrap up. He said during the interview, "I'm getting the hard rap." Right. You're media savvy. I'm sort of media savvy. That doesn't really look good for Kamala Harris because the interview wasn't going well, and they're giving the hard rap to Brett Baer. In fairness to Kamala Harris, they started late. She may have had to have another appointment or another whatever, and maybe they legit had to go, but it just doesn't look bad because it makes it look like she was trying to get out of an interview that wasn't going well.
Right, for sure. And he described that showing up late in a really great way. He compared it to icing the kicker in a football game, right? Where, you line up and you're ready to go, but then, the other team calls a timeout just so that they can give you a hard time. And he felt like the campaign was late. I don't know whether on purpose or kind of bumbling or whatever, and trying to throw him off his game. You're not going to do that with a Brett Baer. Like, he's so seasoned. You're not going to throw him off his game. He was prepared for everything. And I mean, he did do a much better job than probably most people thought he would. He tends to be kind of squishy. And that being late didn't faze him at all. People telling him to wrap up at the end. He made sure to say, your people are wrapping me up. This isn't me. I would sit here all day, and
I think
I don't think it looks good for the campaign.
Yeah. And part of that too, I think that he was trying to cut through all of those, very standard answers that she always gives. He was trying to cut through her talking points. And so when he's going through these questions and he seems very, what's the right word? Like in a hurry. You know what I mean? It's like he's not going to let her bloviate for, a minute and a half to 2 minutes because the interview was cut short because they were late. So when they say, well, Brett Baer came in hot, well, you know why he came in hot? Because he had 10 minutes chopped off of the interview that is very important for the American people to see.
Right. They promised him 30 minutes. They promised him 5 to 5:30 or whatever it was to tape it. And then it would show, he'd have time to get it in the editing room or whatever. And he did promise to not edit it. And they made sure that time frame, they didn't stick to their end of the bargain. And then he did say too that when they arrived, they said, oh, well, maybe 20 minutes or so, even though they had already agreed to 30. So they were trying to play games with it. I thought he did a good job of managing all of that. Now the left is saying last night and this morning, oh, well, he kept cutting her off and he was interrupting her, and that was to be expected. But when an interviewer asks you how many, they're expecting an answer that includes a number. When an interviewer asks did you know that Joe Biden, that's a time, that's a point in time. You have to come back with an answer that includes a point in time. And if you don't do that, and you've only given me 20 to 30 minutes and you're already late and your people are already saying, hey, let's move this thing along, I don't think he's, out of the, I don't know. I don't think he's being rude, I guess, to talk over her and demand an answer to the question. Well,
and listen, for people that are saying that, and there's audio on MSNBC of one of, I don't know who it was, but, saying that, Brett Baer was a racist and sexist for talking over a black woman and all this other kind of crap. It's like, okay, but he would do the same thing to anyone. So he shouldn't.
And they would do it to any Republican. Have you ever watched them on their show? They never
Yes, I have. Hold on one sec. EJ Host is joining us here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time to check the roads. All right, very good. 8:16, sunny today, high in the mid-60s. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News, where it is 41 degrees. EJ Host is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. EJ, we were talking earlier, Joan Jones and I, was about these earrings that people keep obsessing over. Every morning I have, when there's a Kamala whatever, interview, debate, whatever, she's wearing the same earrings, and people swear that those are these listening devices of some sort. Conspiracy theory, maybe more than some sort of reality. What do you think?
I find it very interesting because they do look, it's not similar. They look exactly like the Nova earrings. I just posted on X, actually, for anybody who wants to go to @EJ under the radar to see what these things look like. I don't know. It could have been that she started with these earrings or whatever a while ago, and now she wears them so that they can say Republicans are conspiracy theorists.
Yep.
Right? Like that, it could very well be that they are not actually earphone earrings, but she's going to wear them so that that's the topic of conversation every time she has some sort of an interview, so that if it goes bad, they've got something to fall back on. That could be the case. Or they're not even all that attractive, let's be honest. She has better jewelry. She wears the same 2 necklaces and the same 2 pairs of earrings. And that's kind of odd. Most women usually switch it up a little. So I don't know what the purpose is for her wearing those earrings now, because remember, her questions, the answers rather are pre-programmed in her brain.
Right.
And so it would stand to reason she probably doesn't even need those anymore. She just says the same stuff over and over and over again. So.
Well, and I'll go ahead and take that a bit of a step further, maybe a half step further. I don't think that she is, and I'm not calling her dumb, I just don't think that she's the smartest person in the room. I don't think that she would have the mental ability to be able to receive all that input. You know what I mean? You're trying to talk, and then you have all these people speaking in your ear. I just don't think that she has the ability to deal with that out on a debate stage or during an interview. But whatever. I think that
I could see them feeding her like pivot to Trump, and just say that, or this is where the middle class kid.
Well, but here's the thing though. It's not, if that's what's going on, it's not helping.
Right. It's not working. And
No.
And again, pre-programmed scripted answers. She probably doesn't need earphones in her ears. And if like you said, if they're there, she's not listening anyways.
Yep.
There's nobody on the other end of those things that's giving her any good advice. So.
All right. Real quickly, one more thing.
And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime, and it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris,
FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities.
All right, so as we know, David Muir out there fact-checking Donald Trump during the debate with Kamala Harris. Lo and behold, yesterday we find out, although I think there was another report on this a week or two ago, but the FBI quietly revised the U.S. crime statistics to actually show that there was a massive increase in violent crime. People say they've never seen this kind of an adjustment before. I've spoken about this. The Biden administration made it really difficult for these cities to report their crime statistics, so they didn't even bother. And so it really sort of skewed the crime statistics so that it made it look like crime was down when in reality it was really high. It skyrocketed because, of course, what we know with the soft on crime policies of the Democrats and all of that kind of stuff. So Donald Trump, once again, we find out the man was right. It's too little too late because David Muir is not going to come out and apologize. But I thought that was a fascinating story where all of a sudden, for the first time in ever, the FBI revises the U.S. crime statistics to show that it was way up. What do you think?
I think our system is so broken, and it's very sad that that this would even be a thing. Like you said, first time in history that they've come out and done something to this. It's very sad. And honestly, if we don't get Donald Trump in, there's no chance that we can fix it. And I don't think it's going to be fixed in 4 years with just Donald Trump at the helm. I think we need probably 12 years of good, solid, not just Republican, but good, solid American patriots at the White House, in Congress, in the 3-letter agencies. It's going to take a long time to drain the swamp. but we don't have a chance if Kamala's in office.
30 seconds or less. Are you for early voting or voting on day of?
I've always been day of until this year. I've been sort of convinced that it is beneficial for us. My biggest concern isn't, they say, oh, well, they'll stop texting you if you vote and, you won't get the mailers anymore. And that's enticing. But I think the best part is that they can't pull shenanigans with like turning the power off like they did in Maricopa County on the day of, and your vote doesn't count. So at least I can track it. I'm going to go ahead and vote early today. And then I can track that my vote has been cast. I don't love it. I want to get back to in precinct on day of voting, and you get a mail-in ballot only for special circumstances.
All right, EJ Host, always great to have you on. 8:22 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news at 8:30?
We'll tell you what police have found now that a van has been pulled out of a local lake. And President Biden sends more money to Ukraine. Those stories coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 8:23. Big news from our friends at DT McCall's. If you've been thinking about buying a gun safe, if you need a gun safe, but you've been putting it off, now is the time to get it because gun safes are sales tax free right now at DT McCall's. It is hunting season, so be sure that you're keeping your gun safe when you're not in the tree stand with a Liberty gun safe from my friends at DT McCall's. Now, they are the largest Liberty gun safe dealer in the state of Tennessee. Big part of that, free delivery and setup. Other places going to charge you $500 for delivery and setup in bigger models and $300 for smaller models. But DT McCall & Sons, they deliver each and every safe for free every time period. No setup charge either. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee. Be sure and tell them Dan Mandis told you to stop by. Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis with Nashville's Morning News and Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I was speaking to Dr. Christopher Van Shank the other day at a station event. Now, he's a psychiatrist, and he was telling me about the mental health crisis here in America. And as you know, it's out of control. The COVID lockdowns were an absolute disaster. And Dr. Van Shank, again, he's a psychiatrist. And if you're one of those people, you feel like maybe you need to talk to somebody, I would recommend Dr. Christopher Van Shank. He can help you with addictions, depression, anxiety. He can also help kids with the same thing. He's been doing this for 15 years. He's been helping people, and he is here for you today. So if you want to check out his website is nolensvillepsychiatry.com. That's nolensvillepsychiatry.com. There's a whole list of issues that he can help you with. So check him out. If you feel like he can help you, give him a call. The number is below, and good luck. 8:29, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Well, this is good news if true. The IDF checking on the possibility that they have killed yet another Hamas leader. So we'll keep you up to speed on up to date on that story in Gaza. That is just coming down. So we'll have to see. That would, again, be good news if the Israelis were able to take out another one of these cockroaches, these Hamas leaders. And so, again, we'll keep you updated on that story. 8:29 on Super Talk 99.7. Homeowners, listen up. The Fed has taken action, lowering rates for the first time in years. And Loan Pronto has followed suit by lowering mortgage rates big time. Dan Mandis here indeed, and Loan Pronto just locked in a homeowner at 4.59% APR. That is the lowest in 2 years. So whether you got your loan last month or last year, it is time to call Loan Pronto and dump that high-rate loan. You can lock in a lower rate fast with virtually no paperwork and usually no appraisal. There's no limit on how many times you can refi, so get started. Even if you're in the process with another lender, give Loan Pronto a call, and if you act right now, you can even skip your next 2 house payments. Purchase loans available as well, so call right now and get your rate quote in minutes with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees like those other guys. Call them 615-499-5780. You can find them online. It's loanpronto.com, 615-499-5780. LoanPronto.com. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. On approved credit, NMLS ConsumerAccess.org.
Good morning and welcome in. It's now 8:30 at Super Talk 99.7. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got your forecast and traffic just ahead. And our top story, the story that Dan just mentioned, Israel's military now investigating whether the Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, the architect of the October 7th massacre in Israel, was killed in a strike during operations in the Gaza Strip. Heavy-duty tow trucks have pulled a partially submerged van out of the waters of Percy Priest Lake. This morning, police are now confirming that no one was inside that van. They do know that it was driven into the lake late last night. Lots of voters headed to the polls in the first day of early voting yesterday. News 2 reports that nearly 14,000 Davidson County voters cast their ballots, and that's about 2.6% of registered voters. The Davidson County Election Commission said the Hermitage Library saw the highest number of voters. Casa Azafran Community Center saw the least. President Biden sending a new tranche of U.S. money to Ukraine now. It's a $425 million military aid package. President Volodymyr Zelensky thanking Congress and the American people in a message on Telegram last night. In the address before European leaders yesterday, Zelensky talked about his so-called victory plan to end the war in Russia.
If we start now and follow the victory plan, we can end this war no later than next year.
Moments after the opening bell on Wall Street, the Dow Jones Industrials are gaining 188, NASDAQ up 161, and the S&P 500 is plus 31 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather still to come. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:33 on WTN. Dan Mandis here for Brentwood Jewelry. Now, listen, I love Brentwood Jewelry because they help me with whatever jewelry needs I have, and they can do the same thing for you. From watches to rings, bracelets, necklaces, and so much more. So no matter the reason or the season, they can help you find the perfect gift no matter the budget, of course. We all know that Christmas is coming up. They can also, by the way, customize pieces for you as well. So if you're looking for the absolute perfect ring and you can't find it, well, they can build it for you at Brentwood Jewelry. They are Nashville's premier timepiece dealer. You need to find a great watch at a reasonable price. Your answer is Brentwood Jewelry, and every watch includes a 2-year warranty. Shop in store or online. 7012 Church Street East in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional styles, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. Online at BrentwoodJewelry.com.
The dual power of radio and digital advertising on Super Talk 99.7 WTN has always delivered for our local advertisers. Now's your chance to book your 2025 marketing campaign early for savings and incentives. Just reach out today to your local ad representative or go to 997wtn.com/epic.
Got a stalled out box truck blocking 2 right lanes on 24 westbound this morning. That's at exit 64 for Waldron Road. Also, in Nashville. An crash involving injuries. This is on Massman Drive near Appleton Drive. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
.37 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the Gang of Four, where Joan and Johnny Chris is telling me how to get away with stuff here at WTN.
Hey, what a
Tell
guy.
us, too.
And it's like, Dan, why did you do that? And Chris just said, well, you're editing audio.
Do X and Y, Dan. Say X and Y.
That's exactly right. Hey, Chris, I want you to see that I voted. I have an I voted sticker on my shirt.
I'm not the host that gets upset about the stickers.
Is there a host here that actually gets mad at the stickers? Yes. It's got to be Murphy.
Murphy is anti-sticker.
He had a problem with Friday Eve, and now he's got a problem with I voted stickers. So here's what I'm going to do.
He's had the problem for a while. And yesterday during our cross, we were talking about when you vote, and we're both like, we're doing election day, and I said, well, that's the only way you can get your sticker. Matt's up next, and then I just ended the break.
So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to leave my I voted sticker right there.
You know what you should do?
So that he sees it when he comes in.
Put it on his microphone cover.
Should I?
Yeah. There you go.
I don't want him to get mad and report me to HR. I got enough problems with this company.
Oh, jeez.
Again?
Should I do that?
There you go. I love it.
Should I do that?
I love it.
I don't want to trigger Matt.
He's probably listening.
Yeah, he'll know it's coming in.
He'll be texting soon.
You know what? Yeah. You know what? That's and by the way, we say this because we love Matt Murphy.
Yeah, exactly.
We do.
We love Matt Murphy. He hates a lot, though. Like, he didn't like me saying Friday Eve, and so he attacks me on social media. And now, apparently, he doesn't like I voted stickers, and so,
I'm just going to say the I voted sticker is not a new development.
No?
This is a long-standing.
Does he have a problem with stickers, like, generally speaking? Or just I voted stickers?
I'll ask him today.
Yeah, because I'm curious. Like,
The people want to know. Is it stickers in general?
You know what?
I think it.
Hey, Matt, call the hotline if you're listening. You think he'll call?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
well, I don't know if he's listening.
I'm kind of with him on the I voted stickers. I think they're.
Are you kidding me?
Does it
I
make
just
you feel
don't.
like you're sanctimonious, like, oh, I've done my duty?
Well, I don't know. It just
Well,
seems
wow,
like such
suddenly
a
I
waste.
feel judged. I've been wearing that thing all day. You guys have been judging me all day.
No, I have not.
But you didn't post it on Facebook to let everybody know that you did, right?
I voted.
Did you post the sticker on Facebook?
No.
Are you sure? Do I need to double check?
No, you might want to check Amy. She may have, but I did. We didn't even take a picture.
You didn't take a picture of your sticker?
No, I didn't take it. I did not. There's Murphy Show. So yeah, I'm
without further delay.
Hey, hold on. Let's see if I just managed to screw this up. Hey, Matt, you there? Matt Murphy.
Dan.
There. Hey, Matt, how are you?
Hey, Dan, how are you?
I'm good, buddy. Listen. From what I understand, you.
That sounded.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Before you start, I have no idea what you're talking about, Dan. My my secretary, came into the office and said that somebody named Mandis wanted to talk to me. I figured it was you.
Yes, Mandis. From what I understand, you have a problem with I voted stickers. So I guess my question is, do you have a problem with all stickers, or is it just I voted stickers?
Dan, have you ever seen my laptop?
I have.
Yeah.
No, I have not.
Jones, who I've not seen since she's been hired.
I know.
I mean, I remembers my laptop. Dan, do you recall ever seeing my laptop at any event that we've been at over the last 3 years?
I think, yeah, you've got a bunch of stickers on them.
Covered in stickers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Covered in stickers.
So
I don't have a problem with stickers. So here's my thing, Dan. What's the purpose of I voted stickers?
To show everybody that I'm better than them because I voted. That is exactly why I've been wearing this I voted sticker all morning long, and it's on the Super Talk TV so everybody can see it, and all y'all can judge me behind my back or right in front of my face.
Congratulations, Dan. You performed one of your most basic constitutional functions.
And how much does it cost the state to hand these out?
Are you really going down this?
Yes, I will.
If Trump gets elected and Elon comes in, that's going to be one of their first budget cuts. No more I voted stickers.
I'd be all for it.
Here's the reality, Dan.
Yeah, yes,
and
please.
I don't want to get you off your soapbox because I love it when you get on a toot. But here's the reality. Years ago, I was going home. This was when I was in Alabama, like 15 years ago. I was going home, and I voted right before I was going home. And I knew that I was going home. I was not going to be out. No one was going to see me. And the person asked me, oh, here's your I voted sticker. And I said, no, thanks. You would have thought I shot the post. I mean, the woman actually said, I don't think you can leave without taking your I voted sticker. And I said, well, I guarantee you that's wrong, and I'm about to demonstrate how.
Wow.
It's one of my favorite Murphy stories.
Since then, I have just absolutely enjoyed it. And I encourage everyone to do this. When you are offered your I voted sticker, decline it and watch how the room changes. They look at you like you're a communist. They really do. It's very fun.
Well, okay, but it is the most basic of civic duties. Sadly, though, not a lot of people vote. So
well, in all seriousness, I do not want to promote anyone voting that would not have voted had they not seen my voting sticker.
Well, I don't think anybody's. Yeah, but you know what? If somebody asks me if I'm wearing my proud I voted sticker and somebody wants to engage me in a conversation about politics, I'll be glad to engage in that conversation and get them to vote for Donald Trump.
I don't believe that's what you're doing at all. I think you're like, have you ever seen that Seinfeld episode where Kramer's the pimp and he's got the big coat on and the cane and he's got the big hat and he's strutting down the street? I think that's the way people feel when they have the I voted sticker on. Like, look at me.
Sanctimonious.
All about me.
I can absolutely assure you that's not how I feel, no matter what I'm wearing.
Although that would make a great Halloween costume for you, Dan.
It would, man, wouldn't it?
You should go as Kramer as the pimp for Halloween.
I should. I'm practicing the strut right now in the chair. All right, so Matt, since you feel so strongly about this, I will not leave my I voted sticker on your microphone condom thing. I will not do that.
No, I want to take one for the team here, Dan. Please leave it on my microphone condom thing so that you don't wear it out of the studio and showcase yourself to the
All right, so I just want to be clear.
I love that microphone condom thing has become the official term of the spit guard for the microphone.
Because spit guard sounds so much more classy.
It does.
But here's the thing that I need to ask though. So I'm just gonna. Just so everybody knows, I don't think I would ever wear this outside of the house. Amy literally said, but wait. Amy said, don't forget your I voted sticker so you can wear it tomorrow for Super Talk TV. I hate this thing more and more every day.
Screeching. You're screeching.
Yeah. I know. Well, I feel, you know what? I got one,
and my wife made me do it.
I got 1, 2, 3. I got 4 people judging me right now.
Yeah, my favorite part was you said, I would never wear this thing out of the house, but Amy reminded me to take it before I left the house.
And he's wearing it outside of the house.
She said, don't forget your I voted sticker so you could wear it at work tomorrow.
Okay, honey.
I put it next to your lunchbox.
And your clothes are laid out over
yes.
there.
Oh my God! And don't forget your dessert.
Joan, I think we all know that clearly my wife does not lay my clothes out for me because I never match.
That is true.
Oh, all right,
my gosh, that sticker looks good.
Yeah.
It really brings out your eyes, Dan. It does.
Oh, man. Oh, my goodness gracious. All right, fine. I won't wear the damn sticker. By the way, if you go back on my Facebook timeline about 6 years, you will see that Amy and I took pictures with our I voted stickers on, and we posted it to Facebook. So.
I'm glad that everyone's proud of voting, and I want to encourage intelligent people to go to the polls and to cast their ballot. I just don't feel like I need a congratulations sticker after I exercise my constitutional duty. And in all seriousness, if you want to make your own day, tell people no when it comes to the I voted sticker and see how they react.
You know what?
It's delicious. It's delicious.
So,
hey, Matt, remind me of this in 2 years, please.
You know what we should do? We should trigger Murphy at our big election party, and we should make everybody put on an I voted sticker as they walk in.
Oh, that is so funny.
But not just any I voted sticker, like a really big one.
Huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed yours is a lot bigger than what I got handed.
That's the one I got, too,
You got
Johnny.
this one?
Yeah.
This is lame.
I want to do a little research, and I don't know who said it, but I want to find out how much the I voted sticker budget in Tennessee is.
That's JB.
It's got to be something.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know, Matt.
You know what's so weird, though? I think we've discovered something, though, and that is that Joan and Johnny, they have sticker envy because clearly, according to them, size matters.
Size definitely matters.
It definitely matters in a sticker. Come on.
But you guys are sitting here, you know, slamming me and judging me for having my sticker. Then you're upset that my sticker's a lot bigger than yours.
We're not judging. We're just laughing at you.
Yeah,
that's so much better,
Guys,
John.
I learned a long time ago. Some people have the biggest stickers in the world. They have no idea what to do with it. It's all about what to do with it.
Yeah, that's Tim Walls.
So I think at our big election day event, what we need to do is folks need to bring in their I voted stickers, and then when you get up to get your drinks, we'll have people just come up and stick their stickers on your computer. I think that's what we need to do.
Or on your head. Either one. I mean, they can pick.
How's it look?
I love it.
Murphy, you just inspired me to put the I voted sticker on my forehead. I know it was kind of weird when I did that. all of a sudden it got darker in the room.
Oh, no. No.
Whatever.
Dan, that's not true. Your powder game is strong on Super Talk TV.
All right. Thank you, Matt. Got anything
Goodbye.
special coming up at noon?
Bye.
Anything special coming up at noon?
We've got some Lonnie Spivak reaction to the early voting in Davidson County, and we'll be talking obviously about the disaster that happened last night on Brett Baer on Fox News.
All right, thank you, Matt. We'll see you at noon. There you go. You want to do this Bill Clinton thing real quick?
Yeah, let's do it. But
right.
first, I got a text from 1782 said, "I hope Amy wasn't injured when Dan threw her under the bus."
You know what? I'm gonna see. You think she's texted me? You think I've got?
Oh, probably.
She told me one time she lives in fear of these segments because she never knows.
I bet she does.
No, believe it or not, no nasty emoji face from Amy.
She might be 15 minutes behind.
She could be. All right, real quick. Let's do this audio from Bill Clinton because this is funny.
So yesterday there was the funeral of Ethel Kennedy.
Oh, yeah.
And Bill Clinton got up to eulogize her. And he just went full Bill Clinton at the eulogy.
I was trying to think of whether I could say anything that would add to what others have said. And I doubt that I can, but I will tell you this. I thought your mother was the cat's meow.
He says that she thought he thought that she was the cat's meow.
The cat's meow.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. That's right, baby.
What was she, 95 or something?
Yeah, but boy, she was a hot 95.
Okay, now can I ask a question though? In all seriousness,
yes.
If you think that somebody's the cat's meow, if somebody's ugly, are they the dog's bark?
Oh.
She would flirt with me in the most innocent ways.
This is the woman's funeral.
Is that it?
That's pretty much it.
There you go.
Yeah, she used to flirt with me.
Bill Clinton, everybody.
Everybody would, because I'm Bill.
Well, can we all be honest that Bill Clinton wasn't exactly discriminating when it came to flirting? Like, he flirted with everybody.
If she said yes, okay, I'm there.
Wow.
That's
What an
exactly
admission.
right.
But there was a bunch of awkward moments during that funeral. Did you see the exchange between Obama and Biden?
They were talking about something.
Very awkward.
Yeah, I think Joe was trying to convince Obama to let him back in the race.
Yeah.
It's like, did you see how Kamala blew it? Let me hop back in.
I can win this one.
Put me back in, Coach.
I can win this one.
There's a Poppy Trumpo, a Twitter account, and they dubbed in some fake lines over it. But my favorite is at the end of the clip, you see Bill Clinton's arm go up, and then out of nowhere, it's like, "Hey, ladies." It's just,
Some hot-looking chicks around here.
That's right.
All right, what's coming up?
Well, we are going to cover the train wreck of an interview. I'm going to bring a swing state update. I'm going to start a new thing. I'm going to start swing state updates. So I'm going to bring you the latest from all the swing states. But the focus is definitely going to be on the interview.
Okay, very good. 8:52, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here, and Johnny, what commercial am I supposed to be running right now? Which one? Coin.
I think you got distracted by your iVoting sticker.
You know what? I think that's actually what it is. I got distracted with the iVoting sticker.
He was thinking about how I was thinking about Ethel. She was flirting with me.
Man,
Dan got that sticker. He said, "These stickers are the cat's meow."
All right, 8:53. Did you know that you're funding America's future? And it's not the future that you want for you or your kids. Most major credit cards, they funnel millions of dollars to liberal causes and candidates, hoping that you don't notice. Well, you need to take a stand and get woke out of your wallet. Coin is the conservatives' credit card. You earn cash back while advancing a conservative future. I actually love this. Now, you earn cash back while advancing that conservative future. Apply right now at coin.com. The spelling is important. COIGN. Coin.com. That's coin.com, COIGN. Terms apply. Go to coin.com/disclosures for full details.